Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Cool. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, group of hugs.
Mary Santora's back.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Still waiting on that student loan call?
Yes.
So walk me through this. You called this morning?
Yeah, it's really kind of aggravating. I really don't want to walk through it, but yes, it's that.
But there are probably a lot of people in the same boat as you.
Yes, and I woke up right when the office opened, and that was when I called, and it was just like, it said your wait time is it said 360 minutes. I said, how long is 360 minutes? I calculate that, I put it into Google, 6 hours. So it could be any moment now. So if I disappear, that's where I am.
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Get more student loans?
Yes.
He's applying for more.
Could you add some on? You had to use the calculator in Google to find out how many hours 360 minutes was?
Yes.
You know how many minutes are in it? 1 hour.
That's hard, man.
I mean, you know how many are in 1 hour, yeah?
Yes, 60.
Yeah.
I can't multiplication.
You can't multiplication. Well, mathing can be hard. I understand. If you'd like to join us today, please do. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192. Want to send me a text, AlanCoxShow.com.
I got to go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, 6 hours later.
6 hours? Well, he
They
texted me earlier. He goes, hey, I might have to step out because I've been waiting. I'm like, that's totally cool. I get it.
Should I call him right now?
Yes. FaceTime him so it shuts everything down.
Is that how that works? No, you could just hang up on the incoming call, right?
But at the bottom of an iPhone, it shows like 3 different options that are all very confusing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, if you hit the end button, it ends everything.
Right. They keep
There's
adding
like
to it. They're like, and send to voicemail.
Yeah.
So if you do it too quickly, you'll hit the wrong option.
And then you're completely disconnected.
Gotcha.
Don't do that.
I'm not going to.
Don't do that.
He's waited this long.
Just those intrusive thoughts, you know?
I met a lady at the Parma Tavern yesterday. Lovely one. I did Cox Out pregame at the Parma Tavern yesterday, and fun was had by all. And there was a woman at the bar who asked if she could buy me a drink. And I said, well, I have my own tab, but I said, I'll get you a little bit later on. And she was nice, a woman named Teresa. There with her niece, and then later on, she asked me again. I said, sure, you can buy me a drink, thank you. And so I stand there, and I'm chatting with her, and she's a big fan of the show. And she wanted me to tell you that, Bill Squire, your laugh is adorable.
Oh.
This is what she wanted me to tell you.
Oh, thank you,
That
Teresa.
she thought your laugh. Now, I struggled to conjure your laugh in my mind as she's telling me this.
It goes like this.
That's exactly what she was talking about.
Yeah,
that is adorable.
That's my regular everyday laugh.
Conjures up images of babies and tiny lambs jumping around and all the things that you would associate with adorability, if that's a word. Is that a word, adorability?
Adorableness.
Adorableness. Take your pick. But I promised that I would forward that message, and so I have.
Well, I appreciate that,
You can
Teresa.
sleep the sleep of angels tonight knowing that Teresa out there in Parma thinks that your laugh is adorable. Now, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to laugh on this program today as much as you possibly can.
Well, here we go.
So that Teresa can enjoy the show in its entirety as she has any other day. I also met a series of Mikes. Not that, we have Mike from Parma, who is the predominant Mike from Parma here on the show, but because I was
Alpha Mike.
Yeah, Alpha Mike, because I was going to be in Parma. Some Mikes took it upon themselves to have an unofficial meeting, and so I met a handful of Mikes. I thought maybe Mike from Parma would come out. He did not, but I know he's a busy guy too. So to the Mikes and the non-Mikes. I mean, there was mostly non-Mikes. I will say that. The people at the Parma Tavern yesterday, mostly non-Mikes. And there had to have been a couple who had no clue who I was, and so it wouldn't have occurred to them to walk up and introduce themselves as Mike. But still a good time. Mary was in Missouri.
What?
She was in the Show Me State, doing shows in St. Louis, and then for whatever reason, you took a long trip outside St. Louis.
No, so I was in Springfield on Thursday. Springfield, Missouri.
That makes more sense. The place you're talking about, I'm like, you're halfway to Springfield from.
I had a show in Springfield, Missouri on Thursday night.
The former meth capital of the United States.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
Still looked like it.
Yeah.
And then I was
Meth ain't that bad.
And then I was in St. Louis Friday and Saturday. So on the drive from Springfield.
That makes perfect sense. Okay.
On the drive from Springfield to St. Louis, about halfway, there's a tourist attraction called Uranus, Missouri.
Yeah.
And it is heavy on the butt puns. It is this guy.
Who would have thunk?
Well, this guy, it's not a real city, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a tourist attraction, but this guy calls himself the mayor of Uranus, Missouri. And
he's the guy running the thing.
He created a fudge factory, the Uranus Fudge Factory, the Fudge Packers Union. I mean, this thing, there were so many.
Fudge Packers Union? Because that's different. That's different than a poop pun.
They had so many
it's
puns.
still a Uranus pun.
They had T-shirts, they had hats, they had mugs, they had stickers, they had everything that wasn't just about. I wasn't going to spend $45 on a T-shirt that said Uranus on it for you. I apologize.
Why not?
Such a jerk.
Why not an equal number of planetary puns?
Well, because there's only one planet. Well, because that's not as fun for middle-aged white men in Missouri, I assume. It was all dads. It was all dads in Crocs and jean shorts. But like the one said, Uranus Locksmith, we keep Uranus safe and secure.
Mm-hmm.
They had a putt-putt course called the Putt Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Sink your balls into our putt holes.
A lot of guys who probably have
it gets worse.
There's probably a lot of dudes that would, under normal circumstances, have a ton of problems with people who might engage in that kind of activity.
That's the whole point.
But at Uranus, they love it. They're buying T-shirts.
Yeah, the one was
the
a
joke
band.
is completely lost on them.
A band called the Uranus Pickers.
Yeah.
The banjo, right? And then the tour dates.
Oh, a banjo.
Ooh,
band.
do you think they would accept a new member?
They
Maybe
might.
Dick from Dayton?
The tour dates on the back of the
Like
shirt.
putt holes?
Dick and Uranus. Bill, I don't know if that's something that they would really cotton to there in Missouri.
I feel like they might like
It
that,
is the
to be
Show Me
honest.
State, but there they got the, okay. So the Uranus, Missouri banjo is the Uranus Pickers.
And then the tour dates on the back says we always finish in Uranus.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of things like that. Uranus firefighters.
And this one guy, when I was out in St. Louis, I had only heard of this place. I'd never gone out to it.
Oh, it's a
but
gym.
I'd heard of it. And
well, the next T-shirt says Uranus firefighters. If your ass is hot, we'll come real quick. Because they want to put out the fire.
Understood. Right.
So it's a lot of that. That's only one part of it. That's like the Fudge Factory.
And it's mostly guys, you say?
Dude, it's
ironically,
ridiculous.
mostly
it's
guys
exactly
walking
who you
around
think
there.
is going to be there. But then what?
A lot of guys who's they have too many holes in their Big Johnson T-shirt.
Yes, so they had to get their Uranus T-shirts.
Yeah.
But so that's one part of it is like their general store. It's got a lot of candy, a lot of kitschy stuff, and then there's another part, a lot of cowtails. There's another part that I have more to say about. That was the sideshow museum, like the sideshow of a circus, and museum is a very loose term for what this was.
Usually is.
Do you want me to keep going?
I'm going to take a break, but
Okay.
I want you to reset.
The Sideshow Museum in Uranus, Missouri.
Okay, the museum.
It's one of the craziest things that I've ever seen.
They had their federal accreditation for museum status.
I don't think so.
Smithsonian Uranus Museum. Okay, I'm going to take a break. If you want to text for anything, please do 35192. I got another $1,000 for you. Still giving away that money from the Buzzard bookie. Next keyword for you to win is coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One.
Sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Don't miss Paramore.
Location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com.
My name is Matt Marinovich, and I've been obsessed by homes that are stigmatized forever by the brutal crimes that happen inside four walls. And in my new podcast, Murder Homes, we tell those stories of routine days that start like any other and turn into wrenching nightmares. All across the country, there are addresses I'll introduce you to that you'll never forget, and the experts that know them best. Listen to Murder Homes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got a late West Coast Cavs game tonight. They did pretty well. Took the Warriors twice.
Yes, that was awesome.
Once here and then once in the Warriors' home court. 118-110 was the Saturday night final. They're in Sacramento tonight. Tristan Thompson's old team, wasn't he with the Kings for a minute?
Yeah.
Cavs, Kings tonight. That is West Coast. 10 o'clock is your tip-off tonight.
Is Mike Brown their coach?
On MMS. Sacramento Kings. That's a good question. Coach is Mike Brown, former Cavalier's coach. So, yeah, Cavs, Kings, tonight on the Buzzard, 10 o'clock. And then another late game tomorrow night. They're going to play the Trailblazers up in Portland. But you'll hear all of it here. 9:30 is when all that pregame coverage will begin. And you can listen live if you like on the iHeartRadio app. Just FYI. One of my favorite clarifications, public statements in recent memory, is James L. Brooks and all the other producers of The Simpsons going, whoa, 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 whoa. Homer is still going to strangle Bart. Don't buy into the fake news, because they made a big deal about the fact that The Simpsons, in their 35th season, they just kicked that off, would update the show and that Homer would no longer strangle Bart. A long time device of that show, right? Why, you little, and then, strangling. And they said, they're not going to do that anymore. I played you a little clip from a recent episode where they kind of alluded to that. And James L. Brooks, of course, the longtime, one of the creative minds behind The Simpsons, says, nothing's getting tamed. Nothing, nothing, nothing is his quote. So Homer, for those of you who are worried, too woke.
Don't worry, he'll still abuse a child.
Homer will still continue to strangle Bart.
Everyone wants.
On The Simpsons, right. Said he'll continue to do what he's always done, and they're not going to change that. He'll be continued, the way they put it is, he'll continue to be loved by his father in a very specific way.
Oh.
I guess is how they're, the old spoil the rod, spare the child. That's how my parents raised us. My parents, because, we were Catholic, went to Catholic school, and my parents were old school. My mom just turned 75 last week. I had a nice long conversation with her. But that's how I was raised. It's how a lot of Gen Xers were raised, especially in Catholic households. Parents were very big into corporal punishment. And we weren't spared that. And my parents scoffed at me. Don't mistake me, it was a full-on audible scoff when I started having children and told my parents that I was not going to discipline them in the way in which I was disciplined. Which was frequently and physically, right? I got spanked all the time. And I said, we're not going to do that. My ex-wife with our older kids and Gwen and I with Nora, I said, we're not doing that. Oh, well, it had been established with the older kids. I didn't have to say it for the third, and they were like, good luck.
Not too late to change your mind.
True. But, no, it's not my thing. And I think there might be a lot of people my age who kind of came to that conclusion if that's the kind of childhood they had. And now, conversely, there were a lot of kids that didn't get disciplined physically, and they grew up with all kinds of problems. So it's one variable on the curve, right? It's 1 point on the curve. What?
I was just with my laptop.
So, but The Simpsons will continue to strangle Bart with
as they should.
Yeah, Homer. That's right. But I really liked that retraction. Normally,
what if they said Homer will still strangle Bart, but it'll just be consensual BDSM from now on?
Well, or we're adding something else. Yeah. Why does Bart have a ball gag in his mouth? Well, just a little something we've
Homer
added.
will be a leather daddy from here on out.
It's just about representation.
We're trying to accommodate the 21st century in the best way that we can. Anyway, so when last we left Uranus, Missouri, Mary was going through the sideshow there, going through the roadside attraction.
Yeah.
Midwest dudes in Crocs who probably just couldn't get enough.
Oh, they loved it.
Those guys were that was probably the hardest decision they had to make in a long time. Which 3 shirts are they going to get?
Right. Or a shirt
So
and a
weren't
mug.
going to get one.
Shirt and a shot glass.
Right. What
Shot glass
collection
and a
of
beer.
hilarious Uranus paraphernalia were they going to walk away with?
So, that's the Fudge Factory. They do make fudge. It's pretty good fudge. I tasted the fudge.
I mean, they have to,
Yeah,
right? They can't
right.
just call it the Fudge Factory. They got a Uranus Fudge Factory in outside Indianapolis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think it's a franchise, but
that's like the main part of it, and then there's this other little part. It's set up like a western town where it's just like one door next to each other. It's fake.
like saloon doors.
Saloon doors. It's fake, okay, but it's a fake town, and the sideshow museum. I was like, all right, I got time. I'm gonna wander in here, and I go in, and it's basically just a bunch of old like comic books, and all the walls are like covered in like the bearded lady and the strong man, and one was the tattoo girl, which I guess is a sideshow attraction back then. The
Back
woman
then it
had
was
tattoos.
Women with tattoos.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So that's
What
like
a
the
And
wall.
strong man, like now would just be someone that's like, have you listened to the new Joe Rogan podcast yet?
Right. So when I walk in, and by the way, so I walk in and the lady behind the desk, she goes, "Welcome to the Sideshow Museum where you can see the strangest things in Uranus," right?
Are you
like
by
that.
yourself?
I'm by myself.
Okay.
Okay. And I am the only one in here.
Imagine
So-
that poor woman who has to say that every day.
Wait a minute.
That got old on day 2.
Here's the thing
For
is that
her.
when you walk into the Fudge Factory / general store, every single employee has to say in unison, "Welcome to Uranus." And then when you leave, all of them in unison say, "Thank you for picking Uranus." That's every single time. Like I was on the phone with Brian and I
So
had
they
to
don't get a ton of heavy traffic. These people will be
No.
saying nothing but that.
That's all they do.
To
I'm not
every
joking.
individual who has to-
Every individual. So every
that's all they're
group.
saying.
I was on the phone with Brian. I had to leave the store because every 5 to 10 seconds you're hearing a group of employees scream, "Welcome to Uranus." It was. I can't imagine working there. Like for as much as people complain about their jobs, you could be working there. So I walk into the Sideshow Museum. The woman, "Welcome to the Sideshow Museum. You're about to see all the strangest things in Uranus." And I'm looking around and it's like magic sets. It's like Michael Scott level magic sets. You know what I mean? Where it's like put a cigarette through a quarter and a cup and ball game. And so I'm looking around and I was like, "Is this the actual museum?" She goes, "No, the museum's behind this door. Did you want to go back there?" And I was like, "Well, how much does it cost?" And she's like, $6. I was like, "Well, what's back there?" Because you obviously don't have like actual sideshow
People, yeah.
freaks back there. And she goes, "Well, we have like mermaids and chupacabras and
All indigenous to Missouri.
and then she goes, "We have mermaids, chupacabras, Bigfoots." I said, "Those are all fake things. Like you do not
Bigfoots.
right? Big feets. I don't know, Bigfoots." And it was like, none of those things are real. And then she was like, "Well, they're like specimens." She kept saying,
specimens.
And
yeah.
then she was like, "Well, but we do have a lot of real freak animals. So there'd be like two-headed monkey."
You couldn't just play along, Mary.
Well, I just wanted to
They
know.
know they're all fake.
Two-headed monkey. $6. Listen, two-headed monkey, 6-legged pig, like pickled jars. You know what I'm talking about when they put the
Yes.
animals in those? She was a lot of
Dr.
that.
Mengele's sideshow attraction.
I said, okay. So I'm like, all right, I think I'll go in there. But as I'm having this conversation with the woman at the counter, a big lady, like she's built a lot like Bill, okay? She comes out.
Sizable carriage.
Sizable carriage. She is covered from all visible skin is covered in leopard print tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
She walks out of the bathroom and she looks at me and goes, "Want to see me swallow a sword?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Do you work here?" Because there's no introduction. You're not in any kind of a uniform. Like you just walk out of the
Her
bathroom.
existence is her uniform.
She just walks out of the bathroom and looks at a stranger in the face and says, "Do you want to see me swallow a sword?"
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of looked at her, I was like, is that something you do? Like, and she was like, well, did you pay your $6?
Yeah, she's a plant.
But why would she be coming out of the bathroom?
Because
she has to go to the bathroom.
Leopard-covered sword swallowers have to defecate too, Mary.
Yeah, you ever swallow a sword? It gives you the runs.
So she goes,
that's the one time you have no trouble with Uranus?
And lots of extra questions. When I was like, is that something you do? She goes, well, did you pay your $6? And I was like, I'm going to now.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna.
Turn tootin'.
So I paid my money. I walk in. She's doing something behind the counter. And I'm like kind of just getting a feel for it. And I'm looking at all the two-headed animals and all the weird stuff that they got. And then the leopard lady walks in. And I hear her talking to two other people. By the way, again, I'm the only person in this museum. And she goes, okay, come on, guys. It's time to round up. It's time for the show. And so we go over to this little weird stage area, and she gets herself all set up. It's me and two other young girls, but these girls are college age. They're maybe 19 or 20. So 3 of us, that's it, in this entire place. And she's up on the stage, and she's going through some of those entry-level magic tricks on stage, but she's doing it with absolutely no enthusiasm.
Oh, I love that. That almost makes it better.
No enthusiasm.
She's done it 4,000 times.
Yeah,
There's
and $6.
And there's 3 of us, okay? So
Yeah.
she has a silver water pitcher that she pour. Look, there's nothing in it, right? Nothing in it. She sets it down. She does the cup and ball trick where, oh, look, it's 1 ball. Now it's 3 balls. And then she pours water magically out of the silver thing into a cup. See, it was that crazy magic that it refilled. But that's exactly how she was saying it. Isn't this magical the way that this keeps refilling?
Unenthusiastic magic sounds amazing. I love this.
It's a great ELO song.
I found out this is the only type of magician I like, is one who just truly does not care, understands that they're we're not going to fool you. We just tried to sell you all of these tricks in the gift shop. She had one. It was a metal square, and then when you shook it, it turned into a metal circle.
Is this an older woman?
She didn't look good, but she was probably 45.
Okay, so she wasn't some indignant teenager who's working there part-time going,
This is this woman's job.
Yeah.
And I think she knows that's where she's at.
This woman's career.
Career, you're right.
She's probably an investor in Uranus fudge or something.
So something about this, when the metal piece was a circle, something about look at your hole in Uranus, and she moved it to a square. Don't be a square.
Right.
Come back to Uranus, that kind of stuff. So then she goes, okay, everybody, get your cameras out. Now's the time.
Here's the finale.
I can't stress enough that that's exactly how she's saying it. Okay, now's the time, guys. Get your cameras out. So we take out our cameras.
Get your cameras out.
Me and the 2 young girls, 3 of us. We pull out our camera, and she's spraying down her sword, telling us all about how she's going to do the sword sawing, all this stuff. So she does it. She puts the sword in, and she swallows it, and she puts her hands out. And then there's this Tesla coil that sends an electric shock from the coil to the sword. So that made me scream out loud because I wasn't ready for that. And then we're like, whoa, that's crazy, And then she turns the coil off, takes the sword out. And again, there's only 3 of us, and we all have cell phones in our hands. So we can't clap or do anything. So she takes the thing out, and she goes, that's it.
Please clap.
Just pulled a Jeb Bush on you. Wow. And everybody filmed it.
Yes, I have the video.
Man.
But me and the 2 girls, we didn't know
great if
what
they
to
said,
do.
please, no flash photography.
We didn't know what to do, so we were we kind of just reacted the same way you react when a little kid shows you a kick or something, where
Sure.
we're like, good job, buddy. Nice. And we're because again, we're not clapping. There's only 3 of us. We can't really do anything. And so she's kind of standing there. It's so uncomfortable. It's so awkward.
Everybody didn't do the phone in the armpit thing and clap she put on a show for you.
Well, no, because the young girls were so visibly uncomfortable to even be in there.
Right.
I was having a pretty good time. So we put our phones away, and we're like, good job. That's really cool. And then she goes, are there any questions like that? And I was like, has it ever gone wrong? I want to know. You're a sword swallower.
It all went wrong.
Right.
She's there.
Not to lead you here. I knew that part. I knew your life had gone wrong. I meant the trick itself. And she goes, well, you can get a thing that's called a sword throat, where if you do it too many times, your throat gets raw and you lose your lunch.
Yeah.
Okay? And she goes, if I try to do it.
You're I'm sorry, sore throat?
That's what I kept saying. No,
sword throat.
Sword throat.
And she goes,
And it looks like it hasn't happened to her.
not yet. She goes, if you try to do it more than twice in 5 minutes or 3 times in 15 minutes, you'll throw up. And I was like, that's...
Wow, who knew there was so much math involved?
That's a statistic.
Yeah.
She knows that from having tried it 4 times in 15 minutes and realized that that's not okay. So then I asked her, I was like, well, how many times a day are you doing this? Like, because they don't have set show times.
Right.
Like, hey, come through at noon, 2, 4, and 6, and that's our show
It's
time.
whenever there's people.
And that's what she said. She goes, well, I kind of have to do it whenever somebody walks in. She goes, so
and
they'll
how
be...
old was this woman?
This is the same woman. She's like 45.
Oh, the same woman.
This is the same woman doing the magic tricks, doing the sword swallowing.
The leopard lady.
The leopard lady.
Yeah.
The lady who walked out of the bathroom and was like, do you want to see me swallow a sword?
You're like,
pay
I'd
your
like to,
$6?
I'd like to see you.
$6?
I'd like to see you wash your hands first.
They might have been dry.
Yeah.
But she goes, yeah, so there's some days where I can, she's like, I've done it where my max in a day, in an 8-hour shift, is 30 times. Where she'll swallow a sword 30 times in a day. She goes, anything more than that, I start to get really sick and I can't do it, or I'll have to take a day off or this or that. She goes, yeah, but like on a slow day, I might only do it 15 or 20 times.
Damn.
But on a busy day, I'll do it 30
4 times an hour.
Dude, that's insane.
Oh.
And she goes, yeah, because it's kind of like
In the
whenever
middle
people
of
walk
nowhere,
in,
Missouri.
and these are people who just come in, they want to laugh at the Uranus puns, ha, ha, ha. Oh, they also have the world's largest belt buckle there.
See, that's what I remember. Was the world's largest belt buckle is at that place, which compared to everything else seems like so out of place.
Well,
'Cause they go,
exactly.
hey, it's all poop puns. Oh, and the world's largest belt buckle. It's like, why don't you lead with that? Because people who are looking for like that Guinness type crap on the roadside,
Yeah.
ball of twine, they're making a beeline for the belt buckle.
So the belt buckle's outside next to a double-decker bus that's all Uranus themed. Again, puns and aliens and every other thing.
Yeah.
And then the Fudge Factory and then the sideshow for $6. And it was...
Did you get any fudge?
I did. I got it was pretty good. Fudge messes me up. Fudge is just cream, butter, and sugar. Like I can't be eating fudge. So I ate a little bit. I did a taste tester and I got a piece for my buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my afternoon at the Uranus Fudge Factory, hanging out with the leopard lady. And
Leopard lady with sword throat.
I'll post the video on my story. I haven't posted the video anywhere yet, but because I wanted to tell it. I wanted to be like, this is, and once you see the video, it's like 1.5 minutes long, but you need to understand how just unhappy this woman was.
Right.
And then I told her, I felt bad because I was like, do you accept tips? She's like, yeah, we take tips. I handed her $20. I'm like, dude, the fact that this is your life.
Right.
She knows what she's doing. She knows if she tries to oversell it, people are going to be like, oh, that was great. She's happy. She's just happy performing. If she does the sad performance, people are like, oh, here's $20.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
The other 2 girls didn't give her anything.
Well, they're teenage girls. They don't know what's going on. But also,
cash either.
Those are probably women, a woman rather, who started a career in the circus.
She might have.
And then those went away. So then you're just relegated to, I'm at the Uranus Fudge Factory in the Springfield, Missouri.
Museum.
Yeah. You're like, well, it's a gig. It's a living. I got a trailer out back. And,
I really felt bad for her.
Of course.
Because I was like, dude, this sucks. Like, this is your life. And you just have to do it whenever. Whenever someone has $6.
You're surrounded.
But the more depressing thing is that days when she doesn't do it enough and she's like, man, I didn't make any money today.
Yeah. Well,
So-
yeah, I guess that's
so
true, too.
There's really
I'm
a
sure she makes
lose-lose
an hourly
situation.
wage.
I don't.
But you're working at
not
those-
a lot at the Fudge Factory or the
she gets
Town.
a cut of the fudge. You're working at those places and you're nonstop all day long seeing people from other places coming and going and on their way. And you're there.
Yeah.
All day, every day, you're there. In what I can assume is a dark room
It was weird.
to add some ambiance to
Not even
the
dark,
proceedings.
just poorly lit.
Yeah.
Like, almost like they didn't, not that they didn't try. They had, like, live 2-headed turtles and stuff, and that was the most well-lit part of the room.
Was the 2-headed turtles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it stunk. That, like, little aquarium room that they had was nasty and stinks. But
It'd be funny if the 2-headed turtle also swallowed swords, but it was like the little plastic ones you get with tiki drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they had trained them to do it.
Their little
As a-
fingers.
as a little side.
And then everybody actually clapped for them.
yeah. Dude, it
It's
was
like,
Oh my
God
God,
damn, I'm always
these
upstaged
turtles.
by these turtles.
Oh.
every time. The pickled pig. One was I have the picture. It was called like a pickled, no, not a pickled. Oh God.
Like a fetus, a fetal pig in formaldehyde.
No. What did
Oh.
it say? It was the name that was on it. Oh, six-legged freak pig.
Yeah.
Circa 1958. So they were labeling things like that.
I wonder if that girl's got an OnlyFans account.
I don't know.
Want to watch me swallow this sword?
I don't think so.
Let me give you this money here. A little bit late, but we'll go to a break, and I'll give you this $1,000. Had you paid for that sideshow, you'd have $994 remaining. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. A bit of advice this football season. Always bet on Buzzard. The Buzzard Bookie is back. When you bet on any of 9 keywords a day, you can get a $1,000 bonus. Get in on the action at 30 past the hour every hour. Looking for boosted odds specials? Look somewhere else. The Buzzard Bookie pays out $1,000 9 times every weekday. WMMS reminds you to please listen responsibly. Listening problem? Good. That's the whole
90 days. Now at your Mazda destination. Mazda of Kent. MazdaKent.com.
Lease new Mazda CX-30, 26.5, 39.75 due at signing. Security waive, $229 per month for 36 months, $10K per year miles, 29 cents per additional. Total of payments, $8,244. Tax tag, dock fees not included to qualifying buyers. Deferred payments through Mazda.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Is Poundcake back yet, or is he still on the phone with his student loan people?
No idea. You want me to go back there and look?
No, it's all right. I'm sure he'll pop in when he's done. Hey, if you want to watch the show, you know, we got that set up for you. Say you want to see our shining faces instead of just listening. You can if you go to alancoxshow.com. With the assistance today of Dilwan Gonzabos. They just beat Yale. That was a big game. Dilwan Gonzabos. There you go. Thank you, Dilwan, for your assistance. Cavs, tonight and tomorrow night, West Coast, late night games here on the Buzzard. 10 o'clock is your start tonight against the Kings in Sacramento. And then they'll head up the coast to play the Trailblazers in Portland tomorrow night, both of them 10 o'clock tips. 9:30 is when your coverage will begin here and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to this show on the app, tell me where you are. Patty's in Auburn, Washington, speaking of Gonzaga. Gonzaga's out that way, right? Isn't that Pacific Northwest?
Somewhere like that.
I have no idea where Gonzaga exists.
Bryce listens in Sarasota, Florida. Brian's in Yuma, Arizona. Mark's down in Key West. Ray and Colleen listen in Milford, Delaware. And Austin is a new listener in Valparaiso, Indiana, up there in Valpo country. I was reading a thing in the, it might have been the Washington Post this morning, about a woman who was a lawyer. She made about $75,000. Not a ton of money for a lawyer, but I don't know how far into it she was. But apparently it wasn't thrilling or lucrative enough for her. It's kind of a crowded field right now, too. But she quit her job as an attorney to become a pet psychic. And she makes a lot of money being a pet psychic. And she's not the only one. You know, it was an extended article on this woman about how the notion of pet psychics has been normalized over the last few years. You know, you'll see the word normalized a lot. And there's always this underlying, there's kind of this tacit approval of that word. You know, you'll read about it in conjunction with political violence and things like that, as though normalized means it's a good thing, or normalized means that it's just something that has to be part of life. And that's what they were talking about with pet psychics. This woman charges $550 for a 90-minute session.
I think I'm going to also finally unlock my
your potential
abilities. There's
Open
no
your
reason.
third eye,
Yeah.
Bill.
90 minutes of being with dog and be like, oh.
She has, it's
the dog wants treats.
$550 for a 90-minute session, and she says that she has a thousands people long waiting list. A woman named Nikki Vasquez, who's pretty cute, actually. She's 33. She's in Philly. And she said that she did a year of research. You could do the research in 5 minutes. I don't know what the research consists of when it comes to pet psychics. But she's making a lot of money now. She was a property lawyer. And her research consisted of how to communicate with animals. And she said she started, again, for people who believe in this kind of thing, Mary's one of those people. I think, right? If you believe in psychics writ large, you'd have to believe in pet psychics.
I don't think I believe in pet psychics.
You don't. You believe that psychics can talk to humans on the other side, not pets?
Dogs don't speak English. Pets don't speak
But
a
they
language.
have feelings. They exist.
Right, but my point is that you would also have to be a translator.
Right,
so
but
you have to speak dog and human.
Well, no, not every
reading the energy.
Not every medium is contacted by English-speaking ghosts.
Wait a minute. The pets are speaking. I'm confused. I thought she was reading the pet.
She's telling people what their pets are saying.
So what does it have to do with ghosts?
Well, psychics talk to.
Psychics and mediums are different.
Okay. What I'm saying is it's on the same spectrum. If you believe one, I don't know why you wouldn't believe the other.
Sure, but what I'm saying is I don't know if I believe it for pets because pets don't speak English. That's a bridge too far for me.
Right, but they're not. I mean, you would be hearing their thoughts in your native language. Doesn't mean that they would be talking English. This woman. Well,
but how can you hear thoughts in a language you don't speak?
Ask the pet psychic.
That's my point.
Because it's not about hearing a language. It's about having a connection, and then you're understanding through that connection.
Well, here's all I'll say, and you might be onto something there, but here's what I'll say. I guess my thought is always for people who believe in this kind of thing, their belief is always rooted in some people have a gift, right? Mediums, psychics, whatever. They go, well, this person has a gift. Except if you quit your job to become a pet psychic, it's not that you were born with a gift. You just go, well, there's a huge group of people over here who are desperate for some kind of information, and I'll just give it to them.
Right.
And boy, did she find them. She made a handful of social media accounts. That's the secret sauce, obviously, with any kind of grift. And she said pretty soon the requests started pouring in.
Dog's message after passing.
But I'll tell you what, imagine talking to someone for 90 minutes about what their pet is saying to them. Because you could, listen, after about
$550, I'd figure something out.
Yeah, but you're going to have to come up with a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously that person, the pet owner, is going to ask you questions, and then you'll make something up. But doing that for 90 minutes, still preferable to put a sword down your throat 32 times a day. But she said, I was so miserable in my previous job as a property lawyer. I was working tons of hours, and I was just so unhappy, but scared to change until this came along. To be clear, it didn't come along. She said, I'm not going to be a lawyer anymore. I'm going to become a pet psychic. And part of this article was that obviously she's not alone. There are people all over the country that consider themselves pet psychics. And so an idea that once was on the fringes of reality has now been more accepted. Now, it will also not shock you to know that 98% of her clients are women.
All right. What does that mean?
You tell us.
You draw your own conclusions from that.
You're too busy going to the pet psychic and not going to see the Marvels.
That's what it is.
You got to take time out from all that shopping.
Yeah. Why don't you watch the WNBA instead of giving all your money to pet psychics?
Because one of those two things is real.
The WNBA and pet psychics. Yeah, well. You tell that to the fine women of the WNBA. Anyway, so she got on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and all that thing. She was quickly booked up for 4 months. And she started charging $350 for an hour. It's $550 for 90 minutes. Now, she does restrict herself to 2 readings a day, just so she can ensure the best quality. Because, of course. So she's making a lot more money than she was as an attorney. And I would say, let this be a cautionary tale to law firms, right? Now, I don't know if this woman was good at her job. You know, it might not be culling the best and the brightest in the law profession, but as many jokes as people make about lawyers, I still think it's a valuable profession.
I think I'm going to become a plant psychic.
Do it.
I got to study for a year.
But that's a thing too.
Yeah.
Plant psychic is a thing too. Plants are they are living organisms. There are people in the scientific community who believe that they respond to people talking.
They tell you to talk to your plants.
They tell you to talk to your plants.
I do sometimes, like when I'm watering them, I'll be like, that tastes good.
Right.
The only time I talk
You're
about
so
plants is
thirsty.
when I go, ooh, I did not water this plant for 3 months.
And then he takes a whiz in the pot, hoping to
Then I just throw it away.
I'm a notorious
stem
plant killer.
the decay, if you will.
If you know me, please stop buying me plants.
Plants are great.
But I don't do plants. I don't.
Really?
I never remember to water them. And I don't look at them and go like, oh, this plant, it's so cute. I just go, I forgot to water that again.
That's
so
a
they
chore.
just, that's a chore.
Yeah, but
It
also,
makes me-
like, if you have...
I forget about them,
But if you
it
have...
doesn't matter.
I would think that if you had a plant, it would probably be near the window where you get sun. I know you face north, but I mean, like, you would want to put it somewhere where the sun would come in.
I could stand next to
Wouldn't
a
it be a-
plant for 25 minutes and not once think about the plant.
Really?
Because I'm not a person that cares about plants. So
We have so many plants in our house.
We have
a lot, too.
I'm not really
when I
that
first
guy.
moved in, I got a lot of plants as gifts, and they just slowly died because I was very bad at keeping up with them. And
You had
watering
friends that didn't really know you.
See,
Well, I thought it was, Grandma got me one, and Grandma got me a lot, actually.
My ex got
It's
me
a nice
one,
gift.
and I would kill him all the time. He would always complain.
But what's the difficulty in remembering to water them?
it's also not about that though, because each plant needs a different watering schedule. It needs a different amount of light. It needs all kinds of things.
That's if you really want to drill down. But at the minimum, you can water them.
Right, but
But I don't.
okay, so we have one of our snake plants died, but we had 2 snake plants which only need watered about once a month. And then we have 3 pothos now that need watered about every 7 days.
But you also know that Brian's going to know all that stuff.
Brian doesn't know any of it. Brian
I thought he
doesn't
was. I thought he was the guy with the green thumb.
He's outside. He takes care of all the outside stuff.
Wait. His green thumb is only outside?
Yeah.
He does like lawn mowing and raking the leaves, and he has a garden, but it's not.
But that's
like
all flowers.
But it's not it's not. It's not a fruit and vegetable flower garden. He planted our perennials, the ones that come up every year.
Yeah.
He planted perennials once, and so that way every year they come back. That's his and he goes into the garden to pick weeds. He's not planting things that need nurturing and tendering and
he's
caring.
doing lawn maintenance.
Yes, he likes lawn care.
I see. You're the
So-
one inside because okay.
So what I'm saying is that we have probably, and then there's a couple other random plants that all are on different watering schedules that all need different amounts of light.
Because those pothos plants crawl, don't they?
Yeah, they spread.
Yeah.
They're almost like an ivy. I don't know if they're technically an ivy
I
or
think
not.
they are.
But the one plant that I had for years. I had for the whole time I lived in my apartment. It was doing fine. We moved it into Brian's house, and Brian's house the house we're in doesn't have as much natural light. There's just not as many windows as there were in my apartment. My apartment was basically all windows. So we couldn't find a spot for it in a place with enough light, and it ended up dying. So it's not just as easy as remember to water it once a week.
My wife got me, you know what a Guyana chestnut is?
I do not.
I think they call them
Is it a plant?
They call them money trees or something.
Oh, I like those. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are really pretty.
She got me one
They're supposed to be good luck.
right after we started dating, or not long after we started dating, and it died last year.
Oh, wow.
That thing was alive for 13, 14 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we have, and again, I'm not a big old plant guy, but we have a lot in our house. And they look good. It's not bad being around living things like that.
Yeah. I think it just adds to the house.
But I'm fascinated by the outdoor only thing. So it's not that he has a green thumb. He likes the lawn to look a certain way.
He wants his house to look good.
Gotcha.
That's it. He preferably in Brian's world, it would look like no one lives in our house. Like no one's ever been in it. I'm not even close to
That's
kidding.
how iHeart wants all these studios
Yes.
to look.
He wants it
like
to
no
be-
one's ever been
They're
in
going to
them
get their
before.
wish.
Right.
Yeah. Soon enough.
Yeah, he wants it to look like it's a model house that nobody has ever stepped foot on the lawn or inside of.
He doesn't want things looking lived in.
Not at all.
Really?
No.
Wow.
Not a speck of dust on the floor, not a leaf out of place.
Well, clean is different, but lived in doesn't mean dirty
no.
or unkempt.
No.
But he doesn't want no mail on the counter.
Right.
Nothing
If
like that.
I leave mail on our coffee table for 2 or 3 days, he'll say something.
You don't have slots for mail?
Well, no, we each have mail that goes. We each put it in different spots.
Yeah.
And if I leave it on the table for a few days, he'll say a passive-aggressive thing like, oh, you're going to clean up your mail? Or you're just going to leave it there?
Oh, I see.
I just like to leave mine in the mailbox until I think
That's not even passive-aggressively. That's aggressively.
But that's what I'm saying.
Are you going to leave your mail there? There's nothing passive about that.
Yeah, well, he'll say it in passing. Maybe
Yeah.
it's like we'll just be walking by like, oh, you're just going to let that mail pile up?
He'll say it aggressively while passing.
Right,
Yes,
he's passing
while
aggressive.
passing by me,
Yeah.
he'll be aggressive about it.
And Poundcake kills plants, too.
My ex used to get me plants all the time. Like, he would show up to my house when we would come over, or when he would come over, and he's like, oh, here you go. And I set it on the table, and I kid you not.
Every time he came over?
Like every
Sounds
other
like he
time.
had a friend out with a greenhouse just trying to unload crap.
He used to love flowers, and they would look really pretty, like they were cute plants. And so I would set them on the kitchen table, and I would water them that day, or like for the duration of the time that he was over there. And then soon as he would leave, I would forget. Well, he would come over a day or two later. It would just it looked like it would frown, like, because I forgot to water it. It'd be a little brown and welted. He's like, "Did you feed these things?" I'm like,
"Brown what?
Welted?
How do you spell that?
Welted?
Yeah.
WELTED?
Huh.
Is that not a thing?
Not for plants. You mean wilted.
Wilted. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not welt. It's wilted.
No, a welt would be like a mark left after you'd been whipped.
Okay, well,
like
I wasn't
bitten or something.
I wasn't
A
whipping
welt.
those plants.
You weren't whipping those plants into shape.
Yeah, no, it was wilted. Sorry, it was
Right,
wilted.
wilted.
Lazy ass plants.
and then
he's whipping the plants.
And then I remember one time he went away on business and he came back and it was dead. He was like, just throw it away. I was like, well, I just wanted to show you that I really appreciate it. He's like, well, if you appreciate it, you would have watered it.
Yeah, like how many is he going to bring you, and how many before you're killing all of them?
Just a skeleton of a flower.
When's he going to get the message?
But
that was a metaphor for your relationship. When was he going to figure that out?
It looked really nice at dinner. I'm like, oh, it's like, you know, I'm a real person and we're a real couple. Like, you just have like a flower amongst all the food. It just looked real cute. But I just couldn't keep it alive.
Wow. Well, yeah, it's not for everyone. But it's definitely a good look. Aesthetically, it's a good look.
I don't think I would be a big flower guy. I think I would like a tree. Maybe like a fake tree. Like one of those with the big leaves.
See, that's what I need is just fake plants.
Like
somebody texted me. My dad.
Same thing.
Somebody texted me. My dad has house plants that have been alive for 50 years. I think that's literally impossible. So I think those are probably fake plants.
They have to be.
Unless you're talking like a tree, but I've never heard of a plant that would be alive for 50 years in your house.
I'd be down to have a tree. But don't trees bring bugs?
No.
Yes,
well, some plants, yeah. Some plants can have.
We have a rubber tree.
You can get fruit flies. I mean, depending on what kind of plants you've got, you can. Because if you're taking them out and like repotting them, resoiling them, then bringing them back in, you know, there's all kinds of little things in the soil.
But you're not resoiling them from the ground. You're buying potting mix from the store.
Yeah, but that still has stuff in it. You're not going to find bugs, but you're going to find it's still earth. So you're going to find things in potting mix occasionally. And if that's, you know, I don't know. That's why a lot of people will give cacti, right? You give a cactus because you're not going to kill that thing.
Yeah, I have one.
I mean, technically, they do need water.
Oh, I've killed cacti.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, even in the desert.
You give me a plant, I can kill it.
Rain in the desert, you know, but they need far less water. All right, well, listen, your mission, should you choose to accept it, Alan Cox Show customer, is give Bill a plant and see if he can kill it.
Listen, just don't
give him a plant and he'll kill it.
I won't even accept it at this point. I don't want it because then I just end up with all these pots of plants I've killed, and they just remind me of all my neglect and sorrow.
Oh, wow, a constant visual reminder.
Yeah, right. You just gotta when you got a bunch of empty pots. That's not means you're not
with
a good
old
gardener.
crusty dirt.
No, I mean I dump it all out.
Yeah. Alan, I'm a plant psychic, and I'm offering my services to Mary for free, but sadly, I'm only an indoor plant psychic.
No, I don't believe in that.
Right.
She just believes in
If
regular
you're
people
human
psychics.
psychic, that's different.
If Poundcake can't whip it, he ain't watering it.
For real, though.
There you go. Yeah. But well, that's his approach to kids. If he can't whip them, he can't watch them. Same thing with the plants.
Like, I don't know if it's proper, but I do like a leafy tree in the kitchen. I don't think I want anything, like I see stuff on TikTok or on like Twitter all the time where it's like, look at this, look at the ambiance of this room, and it's like a bunch of trees and they got water sounds in the background, and it's like overlooking. they have a nice view outside. I'm like, I'm not creative enough to have like a big leafy room, and it would just smell weird. So something in the kitchen, I think, would be fine.
I just create my own aesthetic with different articles of clothing and things like that just left around my house. It just clutter are my plants.
It creates a scent. I mean, he forgets to water those too.
There's no stinky clothes around. It's just, and it's not even most of clothes. Mostly just things that I accumulate and then just leave until a lot of shoes.
My socks. I feel like I have to just burn and throw out. Like I don't even.
Or you could launder them.
I don't even want them in the hamper, but between the
with
socks
the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't want it to be in the hamper with the other clothes because it's just gonna.
Gotta get a sock hamper.
I do. I think I need a separate hamper. Just like I'll just buy new socks. Socks
Why do
aren't
your feet
expensive.
stink so bad?
Because they stink. I don't know why.
It's
Blake's
a hormonal
got stinky
issue.
Feet, man.
Yeah, it's a hormone thing.
Blake is 7 and her feet smell like a grown man went to the gym. It's so gross.
Right.
Like I don't know. I can't explain it, but like, yeah, I don't want them in the hamper. Even in between the times I'm doing laundry, don't let me do a wedding and be on my feet for 10+ hours because bitch, I'm like I don't even want to take these off because I know they stink while
green
they're on,
smoke when you pull your
worse.
pull your shoes off,
steaming. Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I don't want I would be embarrassed to be in bed with a man and just have my feet rub up against his. He's like, what is this?
Yeah, that's no good. You gotta get yourself some lava soap and some steel wool and wash them.
My mom said powder. I'm like, powder's not enough. Like, powder just makes it so your feet don't sweat, right?
Yeah, but if they don't sweat, then
that's where the
gonna
stink
be
comes
less
from.
Stinky.
Yeah. I mean, it would be worth trying, wouldn't it?
I'll try it.
Rather than just going, my feet smell like corpses. What can I do about it?
I just burn the socks, burn the evidence. But like, as a kid, I would walk into my mom's room and it would just be covered in powder everywhere. Like I'm like, every time you text them, I'm like, is this dust or is this powder?
Baby powder?
Mm-hmm.
She she puts it everywhere?
I don't know. I don't know where she was putting it. I don't want to know. But there was just
God.
She's a thin woman. It's not like she might be chafing, I guess. But
I don't know. But like,
he doesn't want to know. He thought it was cocaine until he was 10.
But she
sniffing it.
The powder smelled really good, but it was just like every time you would if I would steal something out of my mom's room, I'm like, because there's like dust everywhere. It's powder everywhere.
Yeah, usually the opposite for black ladies. Usually they're just lotion and everything to keep from getting ashy. And my mom smells
great. Like
I'm sure she smells great.
That's one thing.
I know she smells great.
This is gonna sound really. Shut up,
Bill knows. He knows.
What? We met her. We saw her.
They embraced.
We gave her a hug.
Yeah.
Like I know
like Poundcake. I give her a big whiff.
I know my mom sent anywhere. Like,
how often do you change your socks?
I change my socks every day.
Every day.
Well,
like I change mine twice a day.
Well, who has time to do that? What?
I get home, I put on new socks.
But when you get home, you put on socks at home?
Yes.
I do too.
I don't put on socks at home.
I don't. My feet are too cold. I like socks at home. I'm the only person in my house wearing socks.
If I work in a pair of socks, like the socks I have on right now, these are new for today. So if I work in these socks, like I'm not wearing them tomorrow.
You go home and take them off and walk around in your stinky feet?
Yeah, I have hardwood floors.
You ever get into like a session with somebody and you have your socks on and you're trying to get them off without ruining the flow?
I'm already bare.
I just ruined the flow.
I'm already
you pull it from the toe and they just keep stretching and stretching.
He's like, come on, just trying to.
No,
you flick them into their head.
That's one of the reasons why I don't have spontaneous sex because I need.
Come on, Whoopsie, do your part. Pull my socks off.
No,
you give up and you just go at it in your socks,
and they're just like half hanging off. Just like floppy socks.
Oh, I got a break. I got money for you, $330, another $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. If you want to go see the band Dirty Honey, I think they're coming to the House of Blues. I'll hook you up with those tickets after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clear skies during the overnight with lows near 40. Tuesday, sunshine, highs in the 50s. Wednesday, more sun and a high near 60.
This report is sponsored by Innkeeper's Tattoo. Wear your story.
Heads up, guys. Stansbury here for Innkeeper's Tattoo Parlor. You can find my friends online at innkeeperstattoo.com, and you'll see there 6 qualified tattoo artists, a brand new piercer, and all the swag you need to stay fresh all season. Book your appointment now at innkeeperstattoo.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for FanDuel. You know the weather's going to get colder, but the deals on FanDuel with the NFL stay hot. Right now, New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. It's pretty simple. It would be a new customer for you if you're not on FanDuel yet. Use my name to get there, FanDuel.com/Cox, and then you'll be a new customer. Get that $150 back if your team wins. So if you thought about joining FanDuel, there's never a bad time to do it. The app is super easy to use. They're always changing things up. You get winnings instantly, one of the best parts there. You don't have to do money line. You can do spreads, over-unders, however you want to bet. Do it on FanDuel, FanDuel.com/Cox. Do the NFL season right. FanDuel is an official partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, I want to go see Dirty Honey. They are on their Can't Find the Breaks tour with special guest Austin Meade, and they will be here to play the House of Blues on Saturday, December the 9th. I'm going to get you into the show, a couple of tickets, and I'm going to put you at that pre-show sound check party as well. A little extra for you. Check out Dirty Honey. These guys are legit. Good live band. Ticketmaster.com has got the info for you. You'll get my first pair of tickets this week. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to the Alan Cox Show helps reduce road rage by 60%. Hey, learn how to drive, you dip.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I was reading a thing on Geddy Lee. You know, Geddy Lee of Rush is here in Cleveland on Sunday night. We gave away a bunch of tickets for this a couple of weeks back. He wrote a book. It's called My Effin' Life, and he's going on a book tour. He's doing theaters all around the country, and Sunday night he's going to be at the State Theater over at Playhouse Square. And this is like manna from heaven for Rush fans, because after Neil Peart died, Alex Lifeson and Geddy Lee said, we're done, obviously. We can't imagine ever going back out as Rush. But recently, they seem to be of a different mind on that. They have both said that they would be open to going back out and playing as Rush again. Obviously, they don't have anything planned, but they did that Rush tribute thing. They did where a bunch of different drummers filled in for Neil Peart. This was it would have been last year, I think. And I think there was the Taylor Hawkins tribute show, and then there was a thing where they played a bunch of Rush songs. So it was Dave Grohl and Danny Carey, Chad Smith played, Omar Hakim, if you know drummers, a really wide array of drummers there. So they have recently been saying, you know, the more we've thought about it, under the right circumstances, we could conceivably go back out and tour as Rush, just with somebody else. Neil Peart, obviously, the cornerstone of that band. I mean, he was their primary lyricist. He was, you know, an unparalleled drummer. So it would be weird to see that, because all eyes would be on whoever they hired to. You know, it's not like Foo Fighters. Taylor Hawkins died, and they were like, well, we have to figure, we're going to take some time off, but we are going to go back out. You know, that's a bigger band. They could go back out. Dave Grohl is the superstar of Foo Fighters. But Neil Peart was, you know, if you had to choose, you know, if you're a bass player, obviously you love Geddy Lee. And Alex Lifeson has, I think, always been an underrated guitarist. When they talk about the great guitarists, it's rare that you hear Alex Lifeson's name come up, and I always thought that was kind of a big disservice to him, because he is a fantastic guitar player. It's like Andy Summers in The Police, who I've talked to a few times over the years. He is underrated as a guitarist, too. So if you're going to the Geddy Lee thing on Sunday night, I'm curious to hear some customers' takes on it, because I'm not going, but I'm enough of a Rush fan where that would be interesting to me. I don't know if you can go playhousesquare.org. I don't know if there are still tickets for that, but I do like the notion of maybe those guys going back out at some point with somebody else behind the drums.
Is it going to be you? Are you going to audition?
It is not going to be me.
Send them your tape.
No.
Why?
Because I'm doing this.
If Rush came to you and said,
I have found my own path.
We're going out on tour and we need you to drum for us, you wouldn't do it.
Well, I'm not saying that.
So send him a tape.
No.
Make your dream come true.
There are 4 million drummers better than me.
No, you don't know that.
Yeah, I do. guys I follow on Instagram. I'm like, Jesus Christ, how do you only have 4 limbs? Like, these guys are playing like goddamn octopuses. And I'm like, how the hell are you? Anyway, far more accomplished individuals that should be behind that drum kit. But speaking of auditioning, okay, so Poundcake, he blew the Breakfast Club thing, whatever. But I had to think of him again because they're rebooting Dating Naked. About 10 years back, VH1 did this show called Dating Naked. And they're going to reboot it for MTV. I don't quite understand this because VH1 and MTV are the same company. Maybe they're just, I don't know. Maybe their license on ridiculousness is running out and they need to plan for some other kind of programming besides Jersey Shore and ridiculousness.
Yeah, well, someone went in there like, hey, we have a wild idea. What if we put on a different show? And they're like, whoa, I don't know.
Well, because I
don't know.
There's a couple shows Gwen watches. She watches Catfish, which I can't believe is still on.
How are people still getting catfished?
What's that?
How are people still getting catfished?
That's what I say every time. And then she watches a show called Help, I'm in a Secret Relationship, where somebody is hiding the other person. They haven't met their family, they haven't met their friends, and they bring in, I don't know who the hosts are, some skateboarder and some rapper to come in and, you know, and walk them through the whole thing. But Poundcake, who has gotten himself into better shape over the past 18 months, you should send in a tape for Dating Naked. Don't dismiss this out of hand. Now, you would have to get in even better shape, you know, because, you know, we all know what they're going for. They go, we're looking for body-confident extroverts, right? That makes sure that they don't get themselves in trouble.
See, this is something...
They're going to cast one heavy person on this show, and the rest of them are going to look like models so that they can say that they're body, you know, confident. But they're looking for people who are telegenic. It's television.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for.
I will say...
They ain't going to get 8 Lizzos out there. They're going to get, you know... You'll say what?
I think you only need 4 Lizzos.
I will say that this is something that I wouldn't immediately dismiss because it's the American version of like Dating Naked. So it's going to be blurred. Like if you were, not to say that I would have sex on reality TV, but if I was to have sex on reality TV, I would much rather it be here in the States because I know it will be censored. They're not going to show someone banging. They blur it out and they blur out all my parts. So if I were to do it, it would be like I'm, you know, everyone knows I'm naked, but no one can actually see. So I wouldn't immediately dismiss it. It would just be like I'm, you know, in a Speedo or something. Like I would just be exposed.
And America, because they franchised this series out to other countries, obviously. America is the only one that pixelates it. They have Dating Naked Germany, which is full frontal.
That's what I'm saying.
And,
I wouldn't do it anywhere else. And I remember it was like a big thing. I remember back when they were selling DVDs, they had a Shot at Love with Tila Tequila. And,
I remember that show.
They promoted it when they were selling DVD, one of the promotions were like, oh, it's uncensored, so you get to it's not blurred out. Or I think it was a Shot at Love or one of those dating shows where you could buy it and they didn't blur anything. So if they were having sex in the house, you could see it. It was like an incentive to buy this DVD. Like you can see them having sex in the house. You can see
all those cable shows would release like the uncensored DVD and people would scoop them up. But like HBO Max showing that naked attraction, it's HBO, so they're fully naked.
Yes,
on
but
that
it's not an American show. That's the difference. They can do it on a pay service here in the States, but it's not filmed with American people because American people. An American audience is not ready for something like that.
No, it's got nothing to do with it.
We are far too body conscious.
No, it's got nothing to do with it.
We are just now in the realm of getting to TV shows where they're showing flaccid penises.
Dude, they've been showing flaccid penises on HBO and stuff for a long time.
Network television had Dennis Franz's ass on TV 30 years ago. I mean, it's a slippery slope from there.
Don't you remember the Sex and the City movie where it was a big deal where that guy, Giles Marini or whatever his name was, it was like the first time they've ever shown like a male, like a penis in a movie.
But that wasn't because of the crowd. It's because Sarah Jessica Parker
was the first time they did that.
Sarah Jessica Parker didn't want a lot of that in that show or that movie. That was her. That wasn't the American public.
But why
you think the American public has a problem with naked people?
The American public doesn't have problems looking at it, but the media is not. I mean, if that was the case, cursing wouldn't be blurred out.
No, it's the FCC.
To Cody's
It's not the
point,
audience.
To Cody's point, America versus other countries.
The conservative portion of America would not be ready to see that.
I feel like
But
America
they're never ready for anything. You can't, as much as
the country, as much as you want to say that,
it ain't
you can't
half.
just discount them.
It ain't half the country.
It is.
You think the conservatives are usually the ones that have the freakiest sex lives. What are you talking about?
I mean,
those are the people who they might be watching
That's
it.
how the media is now, though. When you
What are you talking about? The media. We're talking about a naked dating show.
I understand that, but that's going to have a reaction from the public. I mean, you put a transgender host or a transgender character in a TV show, the conservatives freak out and they want the
and then
TV
they
show
move
pulled.
on to the next abomination.
So, you mean to tell me if
They move on to the next thing they're upset about.
And also with things being on streaming services and things like that, it changes the game. But that's where people go for that stuff. So there is a huge audience for that in America because that's where the eyeballs are now. So, and even, 30 years ago, a show like Real Sex on HBO was showing everything.
I used to watch it.
But
So,
people,
that's what I found out about the sandwich.
audiences get used to what you give them.
Well, and that's, I think, what Cody's saying is that there's not a lot of nudity on TV in America where there's a lot more across the seas. Vice versa,
But you act like there aren't conservative people in other countries.
Right, but
of course there are.
But what I was going to say is that vice versa is that they don't show a lot of violence in other countries. That the amount of gun violence and things like that we show on TV shows and movies is not the same. They have different regulations for things like that over in,
True, but it's
Europe.
also not reflective of their culture. Gun violence is very much reflective of our culture, of
Right.
American
Nudity
culture.
is reflective of
theirs, right?
Well, nudity is reflective of every culture.
But
That's
not
why
as
I'm
much
saying
as it is here.
because we haven't given it to them.
But
we would be in lockstep. We started putting naked shows on TV. We would be in lockstep with every
But
other
we're
country
not.
on the planet.
But we're not. That's Cody's whole point. Is
Right.
that we're not at
But
that
he
same
says
point.
he says we're not because we're not there yet. Of course we are. You think we're different people in this country? Everyone who lives in this country, people from every other country, you think that everybody, just because they live on this piece of land, they're not ready for naked people on television? Of course they are. Audiences get used to what you give them.
But not all at once. They slowly ginger it in. That's why they have a show like this. If they were to take a show...
Ginger?
Yeah, you ginger it in.
I don't know what I meant to say there.
Gingerly?
Gingerly, yeah.
Don't mention fat gingers. Mara get all moister than an oyster over
You
there.
gingerly put it in there. You have one show, maybe once a decade.
And that's what this show is, Dating Naked.
But it's not uncensored.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is send them your tape.
Okay.
Get in good shape. Send them your tape.
I'll do it now.
We would love to see you on this show.
Yeah, I have a nice butt, and I'll shave, and it would be fine. And y'all won't see anything.
Shave your butt.
Yeah.
Gross.
I'll shave my butt.
All right.
I have a hairy butt. But
Oh.
What? You're talking about me being naked, and you're not prepared for me? See, you're not prepared.
I'm prepared. You need to ginger me up a little bit on that. Let me give you this money. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Are you ready for this, America? Here comes $1,000. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I mean, when that show hit HBO Max, it was the biggest hit in America on HBO Max. That doesn't tell me that Americans aren't ready for it yet.
You're not going to get it all at once. You can.
There's like 8 seasons of that show on there.
Of Naked or Naked Attraction?
Naked Attraction. They dumped every overseas season on HBO Max in the United States, and people flock to it.
Okay. Well, when they get an American season with all American cast, then I will reconsider. But they're not ready for that yet. Seeing a flaccid penis is one thing, but it's something sexual that people just haven't been accustomed to. So they'll gingerly put it in there. And they'll do a show.
Yeah, but that's
gingerly.
I'm just saying.
No, now that he knows, he's throwing it in. That's fine. Yeah.
I mean,
give it to me.
You'll get one show, probably a decade, and then people be like, "Oh, that wasn't that bad." And then, okay, well, you're ready for more, and you're ready for more. That's how you move a society.
That's
You're not
all
gonna put
religion, and religion is slowly going away. It's religious in nature.
It's not gone yet.
The society is becoming more secular, and when all that stuff, when the religious stuff goes away, that's where the puritanical terrified of sex stuff goes
but
away.
This is an extremely conservative country. It just
Not
is.
an extremely conservative country.
Is.
It is a big country.
There's
Big
more Christians
country.
here than any other religion. It's a Christian. It's a conservative country. So
you might want to think so, but I would look around.
People are afraid of
just because the people who have a problem with being dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century are the loudest. Just because they're the loudest doesn't mean that they're the majority.
They'll pull their money, and networks are
What
especially
money? HBO subscriptions.
Yes, and
pull their money. There aren't advertisers.
But they'll pull their subscriptions, and then they won't make any money off
But
of
there's
it.
already a bunch of nudity on all those things anyway.
People love that. You're confusing conservatives with people who don't want to see sex. Those people are always the freakiest. In good and bad ways, I might add. Those are always, they just hide it or lie about it. Everybody else who's open about it, they don't have a problem with that stuff.
But Mary, weren't you in Virginia? And Virginia's a blue state. Didn't you have to put in your ID to
I
watch
didn't
porn?
actually do it, but
I'm just
yeah,
saying, but you
they
have to
blocked all of porn. Any porn site you went to, you either had to upload your ID or you could not access it.
So that's a blue state.
And I didn't do it, but
So it's not just everyone is not on the same playing field. Like everyone is in different spots with their values, and I don't think they want to rock the boat that much. So I would love to see dating Americans naked. I don't have to deal with the extra skin. It's great. But I don't think we're ready for that yet.
Well, you might
seeing
be
people I
onto
went to
something.
college with on a dating show, I'm like, hey, I always knew, he was,
Imagine people you went to. Imagine you went to people with. You went to.
Start over.
His head explodes, and then I have to calm myself down. Imagine seeing people you went to college with, and they're watching you on television. You're not just seeing them. Imagine them seeing you. You go, hey, there's Cobra's hairy ass.
Well, yeah, seeing
What's
me is
up?
different. But I see them naked because they all got OnlyFans now. But yeah, seeing me on reality TV, that would be pretty fun.
Yeah. All right. You would have to keep your feet clean, though, if you're on that show.
yeah, you can't
FYI.
stick your feet.
Yup. Just get shredded, wash your feet, send them a tape.
Well, I feel like if I was naked, I wouldn't be as hot. My body wouldn't be as
What?
hot. I feel if I was naked,
Then
I
you're
would-
not hot.
But no, I'm saying my body wouldn't be as hot. Like I wouldn't be steaming, so therefore I feel like I wouldn't be as
warm,
steaming.
temperature hot.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to break here. If you want to get a text in for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Susie, did you put me in the charity raffle?
I did too.
You all right over there, Jeffrey?
What's in your throat?
Bunch of phlegm.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing to keep the Grinch away from the toy drive.
Who's going to deliver the toys to the kids?
What about me, the Grinch?
No.
Yep, even easier than that.
You steal the presents one time.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Capital One NA member FDIC. Copyright Dr. Seuss Enterprises. Copyright Turner Entertainment Company.
At Mr. Hero, it's always been about the taste. A taste you just can't get anywhere else. With over 15 sandwiches and 8 sidekicks, Mr. Hero offers something for everyone. I crave a hero, don't you?
I crave a hero.
Nissan has a car for every driver who wants more. More action. More fun. More guts. More head turns. More adventure. More electric. At Nissan, more is all we do.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of holiday joy at the Home Depot, where you can find everything you need to get ready for the holiday season, like all new festive outdoor decor. Spread more joy this season with holiday decor that is uniquely you, like our new 3.5-foot Santa and Elf inflatable, each just $19.98. Available in store and online. Get holiday ready right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best. Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's the Black Friday sales event.
All month, get the best deals of the year on any new 2023 or 2024 Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. Check out the low rates, big discounts, and of course, your best bottom line deal.
Now's the time. And why choose Claiborne?
Selection, price, and putting our customers first for 50 years. Check out our reviews to see why customers choose Claiborne for sales and service.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building and sustaining our Navy's next generation submarines. If you're ready to go big, get on board. We build giants at buildsubmarines.com.
Hey, it's Charlie for Classic Chevrolet in Menor. Sell them your car and shop Classic Chevrolet's high-quality inventory of over 150 new cars and special invoice pricing on new Equinoxes and trucks. You can find incentives like APRs as low as 1.9% on Equinox and Silverado LDs with an extra $1,000 rebate for Costco members. Lease a 2024 Chevy Equinox for $219 per month for 27 months. Drive ClassicChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Must be a Costco member before 1031. 27 months, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99. Cash or trade down plus taxes and fees.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious.
For a limited time, mix and match a Filet-O-Fish, 10-piece Chicken McNuggets, or McCrispy sandwich. Buy one, get one for $1. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
With Wrangler Riggs Workwear, you'll be ready for any job, any project, anything the day throws at you. Suit up in our industrial work shirts, heavy-duty work pants, and jeans that are made to handle the toughest conditions. Built with triple needle stitching and off-the-shelf comfort, all backed by our limited lifetime warranty. Be ready for anything in gear that works as hard as you do. Wrangler Riggs Workwear. The full terms of the limited lifetime warranty are available at Wrangler.com.
Season 4 just launched. You up for a night of binging?
Yeah, I took Mucinex 12-hour DM. Its bilayer tablet takes care of my cough and chest congestion for a full 12 hours.
Cool, let's do this.
Buy Mucinex 12-hour DM now for 12-hour cough and chest congestion relief. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. So this is the time of the year where energy costs go way up because the temperatures are going way down. And if you have drafty windows, that means that whatever furnace respects that time. Cars for Kids offers quick, hassle-free pickup of your vehicle. You just fill out an easy online form. Cars for Kids will send someone to tow away your unused car. Cars for Kids is hands down the fastest, simplest, and easiest way to get rid of your old car. So it's a great way to do a good deed without wasting any time. Just go to carsforkids.org today or call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. You've heard the jingle. To donate that old car. That's cars with a K.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. We're giving stuff away.
Hey, want to go see your Cavaliers when LeBron and the Lakers are back in town Thanksgiving Saturday. That is the 25th at the Romo Fijo. Go to Cavs.com on any and all information you might need. Take a break from the fan, right? If that's a thing. A couple of tickets. Cavs, Lakers coming up on the 25th. That is a week from this Saturday already. A good luck caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You know that part of your brain that regulates good decision making? Thanks for turning that one off and turning on the Alan Cox Show.
Sorry about all the cocks.
On 100.7
Sorry about all the cocks.
WMMS.
Good news if you win those Cavs tickets, by the way, since they determined that Cavs games have the cheapest beer in the NBA.
Hey.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah. We did it.
All of our bureau chiefs in the Boston metropolitan area, you are paying the most. Celtics fans are paying the most for beers there at the TD Garden. One beer at a Celtics game is $19.87.
Oh,
jeez.
For a 16-ounce beer. So a big-ish beer at a Celtics game is $19.87. In the entirety of the NBA, Cleveland Cavaliers have the cheapest beer, or they only charge you $5.78. It's a bargain at twice the price. Would still be less than the most expensive, that they doubled that. Now, the trouble with something like this is it might not be top of mind to the people who are operating there. Who sets the beer prices? The vendor?
The Lord.
So the Lord says, thou shalt not pay any less than $5.78. When something like this comes out where they rank all the teams, the ones that are charging the least can go, oh, look at this.
Time to jack up the prices.
Yeah, we could double these, and we're still not even close to approaching a Warriors or Celtics game.
Well, it's based on how much you pay. These are draft beers, I'm assuming?
A 16-ounce draft beer,
yeah. It's based on how much you pay per keg, which will change per market.
So the vendor is who sets the prices.
Well, yeah. I mean, everyone could charge, and obviously they charge more because they're trying to make money off of it.
Yeah.
But a keg of beer here is going to be a different price than it is in Boston.
Gotcha. A family of four will spend, on average, at a Celtics game, buying four of the cheapest available tickets, whatever the TD Garden equivalent of Loudville is, four cheap tickets, a parking spot, 2 beers, 2 sodas, 4 hot dogs, right? For most people at a game, that would be the bare minimum. No frills.
No candy, no popcorn, no nothing.
At a Celtics game, that will cost you about $536.
That's insane.
Last season, it was $472.
The one thing,
but then they re-signed Jaylen Brown, and guess they passed the savings along to you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I think he's. Oh.
The cost. So they rank not only the beer, but they fold that into the cost of attending an NBA game. The 4 cheapest tickets available: 4 dogs, 2 beers, 2 sodas, parking. It's New York, so the Knicks have the highest. All that'll cost you about $745 to see a Knicks game. Cavs are kind of in the middle, towards the bottom,
because the parking's expensive in Cleveland.
That's right.
We got parking on par with Cleveland, if not more expensive. I just saw an article about that.
So the Hornets are with that. The Hornets are the cheapest. the 4 dogs, the beers, the whole thing. That'll cost you about $160 to see a Hornets game. So the Cavs on that list are number 20. But the beer price alone, we are the least expensive in the league. But again, the top 10, the cost of attending a game, that all kind of breaks down kind of by market size. Until you get to like Atlanta, which is relatively affordable for being a city that size, a couple $100. But for people who want to take in a game, the days of like $5 tickets are pretty much over, right? I mean, even if
Not if you use certain apps.
But even if your head is like hitting the rafters, you still got a good nut. And so you can't take your family to that stuff all the time.
I talked a couple times in the past few weeks about Brian and I setting a budget and getting more serious about buying a house and things like that. And one of the things we were looking at was how much money we spend on fun, on extra, on activities.
He wants to spend $0.
He would like to spend $0 on anything ever.
Was he like, you spent $6 to see a lady swallow a sword and then tipped her 20?
$26 trip.
He actually hasn't heard that story yet.
Well, enjoy, Brian.
No, but one of the things was fun. And when we sat down and calculated it out, it was like for the 3 of us to go to dinner and have an activity, it's like a $250 night. Yeah. Like for anything, bare minimum. Even if it's just like to go to the movies.
You guys don't even drink.
And that's the thing is that like when we've been going out to dinner, we got takeout the other night and it was like $48. Yeah. And is this like not anything crazy? Share an appetizer, each get an entree, $48 for takeout. So we were looking at it and we're like, where do we cut from this? Because I was getting upset because I'm like, I don't think we should have to cut from the fun budget because I grew up poor, so I never had fun. So I'm like, that sucks. That sucks. If I can afford to have a meal, I don't want to budget and then not be able to have that meal or whatever that is.
And the argument for fun is always, you never know when you're not going to be able to have fun.
Right.
So it's not about going crazy, but it's about like, that's an experience.
That was my whole point.
Yeah.
Was having experiences, making memories.
Yeah.
Like I put my foot down pretty hard in not cutting the fun budget as much as he wanted to.
You can always make more money. You can never make more time.
That is not something that he believes.
Well, listen, people have thoughts on both sides. I know where he's coming from too, but in your brain, you kind of got to go, well, and he's got 1 kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 3.
Right.
And I'm still in the fun camp because you know why?
That's what the stuff they'll remember.
I'm Captain Fun.
Oh, also Captain Fun.
Also Captain Fun.
Oh, so you're just getting an endorsement deal on it. So it's cutting your prices down because they're like, oh, well, we have to have Captain Fun come here. we'll pay him.
Who's paying Captain Fun?
I mean,
whatever fun you're having.
You didn't go to the Cox Out pregame for free.
That's
fun. Take your kids.
I am Captain Fun free of charge. Everywhere I go, people will point. And under normal circumstances, I would think it rude. But when they point, I know what they're doing. Even out of my periphery, I go, they just saw Captain Fun. And they're going to go home and they're going to go, it didn't cost me anything.
Wow.
And it was a memory that I'll have for the rest of my life. He had the cape, the scepter. Are you sure it was him? I'm sure it was him. Big fat face. Had a crown on. Yeah, the whole bit.
Yeah, those were the two big things where he wanted to cut out were vacations and fun stuff. And I was like, you are talking to the wrong person.
Well, vacations can be very expensive.
I would rather
obviously
cut out food than cut out a vacation. And I'm not even
you had food as
being
part of your fun.
hyperbolic when I say that. I would rather severely cut down on groceries than I would to not take a vacation every year. And he was like, you're out of your mind. He was like, we don't need to take a vacation every year. He's like, that's excessive. And I was like, you are excessive.
I mean, I definitely didn't grow up poor. We never took a vacation.
That was his whole point, too.
Well,
he
because
was like, we never took vacations.
It was mostly because my parents, my dad was probably cheap, yes, but my parents also hated traveling. So it's like we never went anywhere. And
that sucks.
Well, yeah, because like when I met Gwen and she was big on traveling, she's like, oh, we'd take these trips, and even if we hated it, we were still on a trip with like my family and my parents, and so she really helped get me into that mindset as an adult.
Well, and
because for a long time I was like, I don't really care if I travel, but it's so fun that
that's Brian's whole point is that he's like, he said they would take a trip like every other year. They would go somewhere. And, he's like, one time it was Disney. So we still made big trips and stuff like that. I was like, but for me, I feel like unplugging, getting time away from everything and experiencing new things together as a family or as a relationship or whatever your thing is. I was like, I feel like that's so important. And he's like, well, we can do that stuff once we retire. I was like, you're out of your mind, one, if you think I'm going to want to hike a mountain at 65.
Wait 40 years,
right.
stupid.
That's what he's saying. He's like,
stay in good shape until then.
You can't wait 40 years
that's exactly
to go
what
hiking?
He says. Well, we can go to Greece when we're retired. I'm like, no, I want to go to Greece now. I don't want to do anything when I'm 65.
One of us could die next year.
I said that, and he got so mad at me.
He could say.
Why? Because that's the nuclear option?
Well, because he said that's a mean thing to say.
No, it's a real thing.
That's
it's
what
not a
I
mean.
said.
It's an actual thing.
I was like, well, we're talking about building memories, and I was like, and spending time with Blake, and those are the things she's going to remember. And you could die in 3 years, and is she going to remember that her dad budgeted so great that we paid off the car, or is she going to remember that we went to Disney World?
I told our daughter, I said, I am envious of you. I'm not prone to envy, but I said, half joking, but I said, I'm envious of how much you have traveled.
Oh, yeah.
By 7.
Dude, Blake knows how to pack a carry-on. She's got her little wheelie bag and dude, which is great, though. I love that for her, that we're able to give that to her,
Under duress, Brian does it, though.
No, so that was part of the conversation.
So when you go to Greece?
Not next year. I'll tell you that much.
You go to Mykonos with Poundcake.
Don't you need like a roof and a deck or something?
What? We don't need a deck. But yes, the house needs
you need
a
a roof and a deck. Oh, you need a roof.
Yeah, the house.
So if it rains, you're dry. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Put some bags over it.
Well, I will say the conversation got contentious because I'm getting aggravated. He's telling me I don't understand how money works and that vacations are excessive. And I'm like, I'm not the one who bought a house with a crappy roof. Like, where was your inspection? Don't come at me like this is my fault.
Wow.
It has not been a good couple weeks at our house.
Well, people argue about money.
It's the only real thing we argue about. It's money and hypotheticals. Those are the two problems in our life.
And this is all hypothetical money.
So much
right.
This is all a hypothetical money argument. So it's double whammy.
I mean, it's
Bad
not
news.
really hypothetical because it is real. The things we're talking about are conversations you need to have with your partner if you're going to move forward with things.
If everything goes according to plan. I mean, you should always have a plan, but, plans will fall apart at a moment's notice.
That's my whole thing, is that you can plan until you're blue in the face, or we can say this is what we want to do, but something is going to come up that's going to ruin that. I feel like that's just the way life is. And the better you can roll with the punches and kind of adjust, the better off you are, whether it is on a vacation or this or that.
Here, this guy will make you feel better.
How's it going, everyone? This is for the Alan Cox Show. I hope you're all having a marvelous day. It's cold outside, but you listening to your radio show just makes it better because it sucks. All right, I love y'all. Here's a what is this? My bong broke. Now we're just gonna do a ball. I tell you what, I love you all. Have a great, wonderful day.
Hell yeah.
Smoke weed every
With every rip,
There
you
you
get better
go.
and better.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
Do you rip a bowl or is that just a bong?
He was smoking a bowl. He says bong is broken. He has left us so many messages doing bong hits. I'm surprised he only got one bong. You got to plan. You want to talk about planning. You bong, 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 bong. You got to plan, homie. You got to have your backup bong. You got to have your.
That was I remember in college, someone was dared. Someone got drunk and was dared to drink a month-old bong water, and the person threw up. It was like
Yeah, no crap, dude.
It's like mistaking somebody's dip can for
Real
Pepsi,
beer.
yeah, or whatever. Ooh, that's bad news.
It's just water.
Well, then go drink some. Tell me how you feel.
No.
Yeah. Ugh.
Alan Cox, this is one of your P1 listeners, and I have things to say. You have proudly proclaimed, you and Bill both, that you guys don't have emotions. What are these dry, salty discharges from my eyes? Things like that. Cockspot. We know Bill's emo. It's time for you to shed some tears. We want tears, bud. All right? We love you.
See, this is when, things get twisted up. I don't think Bill or I have ever proudly stated that we don't have emotions. It's everybody calling me a robot because I'm not crying all the time. I've never said that.
I'm not crying.
I've never said that. I've never said what person in their right mind would proudly proclaim they didn't have any emotion? I've cried on this show. If you didn't hear it, don't blame me. Over the course of 13 plus years, I've cried on this show 2 times. And that's plenty for me. That's 2 more times than I ever planned on crying publicly. So that always gets twisted up. People are like, oh, you say. No, I don't say that. Everybody else says that about me. Because I'm not crying all the time.
That doesn't mean
I'm not an emotive person in general. But what?
Just crying doesn't mean you have emotions.
According to that guy, he wants me to cry over what? I don't know. It sounds like he'll take anything. I don't know. But I'm not that guy. When my co-host, one of my best friends, my co-host from Chicago, and he died, and when another friend of mine died and I didn't know until like a year later, I was very, very upset on those days because it was information I received not long before the show started. So I opened the show, talked about it, and moved on. That's what it is.
I was gone both those days. I remember I was the one where your friend died. I texted you because I was listening while I was driving somewhere. And I was like, man, I'm always gone when Alan cries. This is BS.
Well, fortunately, the iHeartRadio app.
I know.
The podcast.
I'm saying, of all the people here, I feel like I could have comforted you the most. The most experienced crier.
You wanted to lick his tears. Alan's tears, they're the rarest of all.
No,
rare.
that's something you would want to do.
Put him in a little test tube and sell them on eBay.
Yummy, yummy.
Real Alan Cox tears. Yeah, but how does crying frequency make you more equipped to console someone else?
Because you know how it feels.
You know how you feel.
I know how crying feels. I've cried under pretty much every circumstance.
Yeah, but everybody knows how crying feels.
I've had happy cries. I've had sad cries. I've had surprised cries. I've had angry cries.
Yeah.
I've had every cry.
Have you had a poop cry?
Probably. Not one that comes in recent memory.
A
where
poop
I've been
cry?
crying while I'm pooping.
No, you're crying because of the poop.
No, poop has never caused me to cry, but I cannot rule out that I have not been crying while pooping.
I was going to say,
about
because
something else.
what Bill's talking about, that's just making your eyes water. That's not really crying, right? That's not emotional intent. If you've had a poop that makes your eyes water, we've probably all been there.
There's sharp. Ow, why does it feel
Big
like that?
ones, small ones, skinny ones, tall ones, brown ones, black ones, round ones, fat ones.
Yeah.
You've never had
That's
a sharp
Poundcake crying when he's pooping.
You ever had a
No,
sharp
I
poop?
have.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know sharp poop.
Sharp poop?
There's nothing in it that's sharp, but it comes
But it
out
just
at an
comes out and
angle
feels-
or
yeah.
something, and it feels like glass. You're like, what the
A
hell?
sharp poop?
You've never had a sharp where it feels...
I don't recall that, no.
Sharp is the only way to describe it. It feels
What,
like
like
it's
cheddar?
cutting you
It
on the
feels
way
like you
out.
get a little cut, yeah.
Wow.
That's sharp. That hurts. But then you look in there and there's
And it's
nothing
so
in
weird.
there.
Like it's round. Like
Yeah,
it's
it's the
You're
same
like,
size.
I was really surprised there was no glass in there.
Or like pretzels sticking out or something. I don't know. I have no idea.
Undigested pretzels.
Oh, I never
That's why I get the
shouldn't
rods.
have deep throat those pretzels.
Wow. No, I can't recall a sharp poop.
Just a pretzel in there hanging out, a Pringle that hasn't been
That's what
digested.
I mean. Yeah, like a piece of a
Pringle
chip.
shard?
Yeah.
I got a shard in my shard. Man. All right. No, so again, sir, that left the message, the P1. Thank you very much for that, by the way.
When's the last time you cried?
The last time I cried, probably my father's, the anniversary mass for my dad dying.
Which was over the summer.
June 10th.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
You say you just cried with your son.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
On
Yeah,
the
I'm
phone.
sorry. Yeah, on the phone with my son. Yep, a couple of weeks ago. So recently.
Good.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this
Let it
notion, this notion, people twist it around and say that I proclaim that I don't have. I do not. That's ridiculous.
You're just not emotional.
But everybody
you don't wear it
calls
on your
me a robot.
sleeve.
Of course. And we're in a culture that celebrates people feeling outwardly all the time. And I'm not that
You
guy.
gotta have the right program in place to cry.
Listen,
I cried in my hotel room.
no judgment. People should do what they want to do. I ain't that guy.
When were the CMAs? They were earlier this week, right? The Country
Last
Music
week.
Awards?
Yeah.
Or were they last week?
They were last
I
week.
was in a hotel room, and I woke up the day after the CMAs, and I watched Jelly Roll's acceptance speech, and that made me cry.
But he cried.
Well, because it was so emotional. He was like, there's something poetic about a 39-year-old winning it, and he's talking about the rear view and keep going in life, and I'm like, oh my God, Jelly Roll's talking.
I'm not sure if I'll post this or not because I'm so emotional, but the greatest honor an artist can ever hear is that they've been nominated for a Grammy. I had to hear that this morning. I ain't cried like this since my daddy died. I tried to make this video 7 times, y'all. I love you.
Well, there you go.
But not even that.
We play Jelly Roll in MMS now.
The one that he was accepting.
Song is so good.
And it sounded like he was preaching. He was like, he sounded like an evangelical preacher. He was getting all kinds of amped up about it. That one, it gave me chills and it made me cry. Where I was like, good for you, Jelly Roll. Keep going.
Good for you,
It's
grown
just so
man who
hard
calls
to-
himself Jelly Roll.
Yeah, that's
Whatever.
the part that makes it. Like, my whole podcast this week is about.
New artist of the year goes to Jelly Roll.
Yes. It's not long. It's only like
Is
20
that the
seconds.
Golden Bachelor up there?
I didn't see
announcing the. Yeah, they got the Golden Bachelor up there. Gary with 2 R's. Jelly Roll got him. Jelly Roll got himself a traditional Tennessee girl, didn't he? Bleach blonde.
They always do.
Giant jugs. Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
I only got a second, and I'm going to say a lot, and I'm sorry, but the quickest I can say it is thank you to the label, Stony Creek Management, John Loeb, Joe Jamie, you saved my life. Country Radio, what's up, baby?
That's all right. That's not the part that made me cry.
Really? And it's about to make me cry.
Megan Parker, Haley, country music, you deserve this as much.
Where is he going to cry? Come on, man.
I don't know where you're at in your life.
A little
or
bit
what
back
you're
from
going
this.
through.
Back?
Yeah.
Friends. And Zach Bryan, I think
after
you're
this,
one of
yeah.
the hottest things on earth, not just country music. You deserve this as much as anybody else. I love you. I'm glad we're sitting there partying the rest of the night, baby.
Okay, here it goes. Here it goes. This is the part.
But most importantly, there is something poetic about a 39-year-old man winning New Artist of the Year. I don't know where you're at in your life or what you're going through, but I want to tell you to keep going, baby. I want to tell you success is on the other side of it. I want to tell you it's going to be okay. I want to tell you that the windshield is
He's not crying. I thought he
But
was.
he's,
You
no,
said he was
doesn't-
crying.
I didn't say he was crying. I said it made me cry. I said he sounded like an evangelical preacher. Because he does. I don't know where you're at in your life, but I'm telling you to keep going. The rear view mirror is smaller than the windshield for a reason. He's like,
God.
Heal in the name of Jesus.
He's giving people false hope. He doesn't know that success is on the other side. People.
Thank you, Poundcake.
If they keep trying.
Most of you guys should give up, honestly. Like, you're not going to do what you think you're going to do. Just give up and just accept what things. The things are the way they are, and they're not going to get better. So just
no one's
stop,
crying to that
stop trying.
speech. No
By
one's
the
crying.
way,
Someone is. Someone's like, you know what? Bill's right.
But if anybody should be co-signing Jelly Roll, it's Poundcake.
Yeah.
Dude's, he's like a 39-year-old guy hitting it big. You still got a couple of years, Poundcake.
No, I'm good.
You still got time.
I'm living it up. That's why I'm taking my vacations now.
Yeah.
I think it was equal parts me being excited that he won and him being so excited, and then the delivery of his speech very much felt revival church camp to me, where I was like, I do kind of want
He
to
doesn't dress like a cowboy.
praise. Why does he have to dress like a
Because
cowboy?
he's a country music guy, and
But he's country
dressed-
rock.
Well, I would like a little more cowboy and a little less rock. A fat guy, a big fat guy, he should have a big fat cowboy hat.
Yeah, he's like a Post Malone type of dude.
I know,
in
but
country
Fat,
music.
like, isn't that redundant?
What?
No,
Big
you can
and
be
fat?
big and tall.
But a big fat guy, I thought those.
Because he's like he's large. He's not
He's
just
tall.
fat. He's tall.
He looks tall at least.
He's wide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alan, let everybody know that poop is not sharp. It's a hemorrhoid that hurts while the poop goes next to it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sheesh.
Well, it's been a while, so.
Oh, God. All right. I got to take a break. I will
Hemorrhoids
have
make me cry.
Hemorrhoid. That's the new Jelly Roll single. I heard it the other day. Hemorrhoids make me cry. He looks like a dude who's got them, too.
The dirt road hemorrhoid.
I'm going to take my truck.
My dirt road.
Hey, Queensryche. I don't know who's fronting this band now, but they're coming with Armored Saint. That's still John Bush. Queensryche and Armored Saint going to do April. So you'll have these for a minute. The House of Blues. If you dig those bands, I'll have a pair for you after the break. And then 4:30, another $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzer Bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Clear skies during the overnight with lows near 40. Tuesday, sunshine, highs in the 50s. Wednesday.
fast delivery. Don't miss the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm.
My name is Matt Marinovich, and I've been obsessed by homes that are stigmatized forever by the brutal crimes that happen inside four walls. And in my new podcast, Murder Homes, we tell those stories of routine days that start like any other and turn into wrenching nightmares. All across the country, there are addresses I'll introduce you to that you'll never forget, and the experts that know them best. Listen to Murder Homes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Queensryche and special guest Armored Saint. Queensryche, no shortage of acrimony and litigation over the years with Jeff Tate getting booted out of that band. Todd LaTorre is the guy that fronts Queensryche. I had to look it up. Couldn't remember. But he's been doing it for about a decade now. John Bush and Armored Saint. Another solid unit. Both bands, Wednesday, April 17th. So you got a ways on this. They're going to come through the House of Blues. There's probably a third band on this, too. LiveNation.com's got the details. But caller 10, these are yours. Queensryche and Armored Saint in the spring. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's not pretend any of this makes sense.
I don't understand any of this.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
With all due respect to Todd LaTorre, I'm always going to go for Jeff Tate era Queensryche, as they were unparalleled in their field. They were metal out of Seattle before anybody was paying attention to Seattle. But I will have those tickets for you all this week around that time. Cavaliers are on the West Coast. They'll be up Portland way tomorrow night, but tonight they're in Sacramento to play the Kings. That's a 10 o'clock start tonight and tomorrow night. 9:30 is when the pregame will begin. Here on the Buzzard. How are the Cavs doing? They're still kind of trying to find their footing.
500, but I mean, they started the season with a lot of injuries, and I'm not worried about it. Beating the Warriors twice is a good sign.
Yeah, that is.
I think they lost their other. They lost to the Thunder on Wednesday, and then the Kings are no joke either. So it's a tough. They have a tough schedule to start the season. That's for sure.
Kings tonight, Blazers on Wednesday, and then an in-season tournament game against the Pistons here at home on Friday. Detroit's terrible so far this season.
No.
But that's kind of par for the course, too. And then Nuggets are in town. They'll play the Sixers.
I'm going to the Nuggets game.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
On Sunday night.
Sunday, Grandma.
That's Carmelo Anthony and the Denver Nuggets.
No.
That is Peyton Manning and the Denver Nuggets.
No. Peyton Manning.
That is...
Come on, they just won the...
That is Nikola Jokic.
There you go.
Because
Your
my mom is a Denver
fan.
Nuggets fan because of the Joker.
Do you think...
And Jamal Murray.
Is that like her type? Is that what...
Tall and thin and white?
Well, he's not really that thin. He's kind of mushy.
Mushy? Oh, he's mushy.
He's a little mushy.
All right, well, he's out there getting triple doubles, and that's what my mom likes.
He's an incredible player.
Yeah.
So I'm going Sunday with Grandma, and then after the game, we're going to pop over to Hilarities because John Bruton's filming a special, and some local person's opening up.
What up?
Marius?
Mary Santora. If you film a special, have me host. That seems to be the trend. Yeah, I'm hosting for John on Sunday. I'm really excited. He's so funny.
He is so funny.
So how does that work? They go, hey, would you, because you're opening Bill's taping too.
Yes.
At the Agora.
Well, when it comes...
we just like somebody that we know is going to set it up right.
Right. When it comes to specials, because you want certain things in the outcome of the special, setting it up with the right openers is crucial. So I've done that.
You're calling yourself the right opener.
I've done it for a lot of people. I've hosted several specials before.
Are you
or
intimating
tapings
that
or albums?
Are you intimating that you are the secret weapon that primes the audience's pump?
Yes. They're the star. I'm just getting it going.
Understood.
I'm the foreplay.
Well, I've done it for Mary too.
Yeah.
Like that's like it's just a nice way to you want someone up there that's going to also be able to lay things out for the audience and be like, hey, this is a big deal.
This is how this works.
Let's laugh and don't talk and don't yell out or anything like that, but you got to be able to do it with some gravitas.
But didn't you have somebody yelling out at yours, Mary?
Yes, because I didn't host it.
But is that one that Bill hosted?
Nope, that was the one in Philly.
That was one in Philly.
Oh, in Philly.
It was 2 randos.
Gotcha.
And the person who was yelling out was an Alan Cox Show bureau chief. So
that's what I like. See, Bill will set you up properly. I am behind the scenes telling people to heckle
I know
you.
what you're doing.
I go, hey,
18
bureau chiefs,
seconds
if
in.
Mary comes to town, I mean, and because I've told them, I go, if any more than 20 seconds elapses, you're going to hear it from me. And you won't get paid. So, I mean, oops.
What?
So, what? So that's an open invitation.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun, though. I'm excited. I haven't been to Hilarities in a minute. I headlined there in July, and I think that was the last time I was there.
Last time you were at Hilarities, not even for a pop-in.
Not even for a pop-in. I've been busy as hell, dude. I've been on the road every single weekend, with the exception of, I think, one weekend since the end of August. And then I'm home I'm not out of town again until December 8th. So I've got almost a full month home.
That's when I'm out of town again. Where are you going?
Pittsburgh.
Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to go to Virginia with me, Alan? You sound sad about it.
No, I mean, I'm gone
That's
too.
where you were born.
We're doing a best of.
Yeah.
Virginia, the state of my birth. That's right. What are you doing? Fort Lee, Virginia, where I was actually born?
No, I'm doing Arlington.
Oh, outside D.C.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be a hoity-toity crowd.
Draft House?
Draft House with Chad Daniels.
That's a very affluent community. How do you think you'll do?
No, I think they'll be affluent in laughter.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is that something that you can count on?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I make people laugh. It's good. I'm good at that. I'm not good at promoting it and talking about it, but I can do it.
Mary hosting is the
Uh-oh.
No.
Start over.
No. It says something different than I thought it said.
It says something mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not down with that. I mean, you know.
It's okay.
Alan, have you watched Stand Up for Drummers, Fred Armisen? Yeah, I did watch it. It was okay. Like, I don't think of Fred as like a stand-up guy. Like he was a sketch guy,
not really a stand-up.
Yeah,
guy.
I mean, he's a very, very talented guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, it was fine. But does Mary give foot jobs?
Nope.
She has given her own feet jobs, if that's what you mean. She's put them.
My feet are employed.
Yep. They are gainfully employed.
I do not meet in person. I do not do anything in person.
Right.
I do not send videos of that stuff. Mostly because Brian demands half the money if we were to do it.
God, I was reading about somebody this morning who, what was it? It was either a tweet or it was an article or something about another girl who's just making serious FU money on Feet Finder. But you're not on that.
I am, but I never use it. Let me look at it.
Well, maybe you should.
I haven't used it in
probably take a bigger percentage or something.
No, they actually don't. And it's the thing about Feet Finder is that it is only.
I love the name.
I know. Well, it's content just for feet.
Yeah, they don't beat around the bush.
So that way, it's not people asking for literally anything else. They know this isn't the place to come to get like the same stuff you would get on OnlyFans. This is all foot related content.
But I wonder how you zero in when you're awash in feet pics like that. It's like any kind of. It's not porn, but I mean, it's like
it is.
Well, people, it's something to get them off. But it's like any other kind of sex work. Like there's so much pornography. How do you zero in on what you want? You can type words in on Feet Finder. Like, how do people who are into feet zero in when it's thousands of content creators just doing feet? How do you zero in? How can anybody end up making a lot of money?
You can search for it, and then also I think it's like any other form now. And I am not 100% sure. Okay,
but you're on it.
Yes, I only have 22 followers on Feet Finder. Okay, and it's something that you can charge monthly. You can charge per picture. You can charge per thing. You can have people message you. But I think it's like.
Do you charge monthly?
There's an option for it, yeah, but I don't think I have anybody who does that.
You're not posting enough content.
I'm not. I haven't posted on there in forever.
You gotta feed the beast, baby.
But you're talking a whole nother job.
I understand. Instead of going to the Uranus, Missouri fudge packing factory, you could be taking pictures of your feet.
Well, but what I'm saying is I think it's similar to other forms of social media in that the more active you are on it, the more your profile will get boosted. So there, people talk about the algorithm on social media. There's an algorithm on here where it's like when you're on it, it shows people that you're live and active. And that'll put you at the top of the list when they're looking for things instead of at the bottom.
I'm on a newsletter of this guy who does, he's a media critic, primarily for television. He's a former news director, I think in Miami or something like that, and he's out of the business now, but he's kind of a media critic with local television around the country. And a lot of it is him going, this is what passes for news now, or like the anchors doing selfies and stuff. And he took umbrage at one of, it might have been in D.C. or something. They were covering a murder story and they had posted something on TikTok. But they did the thing where they don't spell murder. Mm-hmm. And he was complaining about, and I want to tell him, this guy does not know how the algorithm works.
Yeah,
because there's a reason.
Murder.
Yeah, there's a reason people put asterisks in those words.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He seemed to be completely not hip to that. He thought that they were like editing themselves because people couldn't handle it or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I have no way to hit the guy up. I'm sure there were plenty of people telling this guy, yo, bro, that's kind of what the whole thing is now, unless you want to get taken down and banned. I got $1,000 here for you, as promised, from the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely. You get one of these every single hour, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Just very quickly, and then I'll move on. How would your pictures come up based on search words?
So
what would somebody type in? Because I would think if anybody typed like blue toenails, 1,000 photos would come up.
And you also put, you can select up to 10 categories per picture or video. So like I can put one up and it would say like pedicure, purple, toe rings, bedroom, like if you do it outside, soles, like depending on what your video or picture is of, that's what you would tag it with. So whenever somebody
So
Googles,
very, very specific to each post.
Yes. Gotcha. And then what I'm actually clicking around on Viewfinder right now, and apparently you can pay to have your profile boosted. So a boost lasts for 5 hours. You can pay one boost for 5, 5 for 20, 10 for 30, or a super 24-hour boost where it puts you at the top of all searches for 24 hours for $20. So if you were to do that and then get a bunch of new followers, I mean, I've never done that. I don't know how it works.
Give it a shot. See what happens.
No.
I guess that texter is clarifying. They meant, do you give Brian foot jobs?
Oh, no, he's not into that. He's not into feet. He's good with regular sex.
What if, you're calling that sex. Not regular sex, Mary?
It's not vaginal intercourse.
Don't kink shame.
Okay.
Well, it depends on where you put your toes.
Into his vagina?
Yeah! He does keep the place pretty clean.
Vagina.
His brogina. Hey, Aaron in Myrtle Beach.
Alan, hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
So I got to say, I used to do Chatterbait and an X-rated Twitter page back in the day.
Yeah.
It all depended on the algorithms. Like, I could stream for a week straight and get viewers, but then I might fall off a little. I've got this, that, and what the other crap going on in my life, and I wouldn't get anything. So it all depends on the algorithms for the adult, X-rated, what have you, Twitter, OnlyFans, what the hell ever.
Aaron, was your camera, it was just you whacking off on camera? Is that what it was?
Yes, and it's kind of funny because I've met some good people on there that are still friends to this day that actually wanted to engage me and be like, "Hey, Aaron, how are you doing? Like, how is your life?"
Yeah,
they gave a
some people want friends.
Sorry.
No, you stopped yourself. So they were checking how you were doing because they were like, "Oh, your masturbation lately seems a little uninspired."
He doesn't have the same vigor.
You don't look like you're chafing at the same rate you were before.
I was just freaking ranting on the Twitter that I made for my adult purposes, and yeah, people to this day they still check up on me. I haven't done it in a couple of years, but they're still pretty good goddamn friends.
Wow. Well, good. I'm glad to see that. Glad to see that whacking community is out there. It's supporting each other.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Love the
Okay,
show.
thank you, Aaron. There's Aaron down in Myrtle Beach.
He found himself a chattermate.
Right. Well, that's good. All right.
Think about that. That's what porn stars have wanted their entire life. I don't want to just be an object. I want people to actually care how I'm feeling. I want people to check in on me.
That's what porn stars want? I thought they wanted money.
Yeah, it's mostly money.
They're people too.
They are people too, absolutely.
And they're like, hey,
sex work is undervalued in this country.
I'm not just an object. And a lot of them, they're not even like models or anything on the side. Like they do porn as they live a double life and they go home to like their husband and their kid. So I don't know. That's strange.
Well, you can't really lead a double life anymore because...
You can. There's so much porn out there. I feel like you can do porn for, not to say forever,
for a
but
while.
For a substantial amount of time without being discovered.
Well, yeah. But I mean, one by one, these teachers that do OnlyFans are getting outed by some, and it ain't by the kids that they're teaching. It's by the dads. Yeah, of course. Because the dad's locked in the bathroom or whatever.
It's usually the dad, and then the mom gets wind of it and like, what the hell? And like, oh, yeah, I was mad about it too.
That was Miss Maple.
That's the domino effect in those families. Miss Maple.
Damn it, Miss Maple.
Yeah.
Show us your leaf.
What?
He's trying to draw a connection between a woman named Maple and a maple tree. Show us your leaf.
Okay.
Expound upon that, Poundcake. Where does that go from there?
That was it.
Also, what is her
That was it. He's like, that's all I had.
Is that a vagina? A leaf?
Yeah.
He's never seen one, so he doesn't know.
I've seen one.
And it looked like
Not
a
in
leaf.
real life.
Yeah.
Really?
I told this story, or no one wants to touch my vagina. It's too dirty to describe on air.
I'll trust you.
But he doesn't remember it resembling leaves.
That's what
just a leaf. Yeah. All right. A pistil and stamen, if you will.
Hey.
I've got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch if you like. And wherever you are, you can be listening to the show on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Susie, did you put me in the charity raffle?
I did too.
You all right over there, Jeffrey?
What's in your throat?
Bunch of phlegm. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Get unlimited wireless from Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. Learn more at boostinfinite.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Rajamanar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring Sonic and Sonic branding, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measured, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in oodles.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry. Give Smart Style, Home Helpers, Family Faves, and Beauty Bests. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and GetGo.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. Right now, lease a new 2023 Kia Sorento LX for just $219 a month. You heard it, $219 a month for a 2-year lease. Or purchase your 23 Sorento LX at 1.9% financing for up to 48 months. Get there now on the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB.
Lease to PNF for well-qualified leasing. With approved credit, 10K miles per year. $34.95 due at site, plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer ends 11/30.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds? Birds? What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This November at Bob's Discount Furniture, I'm unlocking special values every single Friday on top of my everyday low prices with flexible financing options.
Oh my Bob!
A huge selection of complete rooms under $1,000.
Oh my Bob!
Plus a bunch of bundle and save packages ready to ship in time for the holidays.
Oh my Bob!
When every day feels like Black Friday at Bob's, there's only one thing to say. Oh my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hey, it's Rover for the Bath Authority. Imagine a new upgraded bathroom without the hassle of a lengthy renovation. A better bath awaits you with the Bath Authority. They make it possible with custom-made bathtubs, walk-in showers, and walk-in tubs. Available in a huge selection of styles, colors, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you want and you don't have to wait. Plus, right now, you can get a new bath installed in as little as 1 day for just $99 a month. Call 216-220-8399. 216-220-8399. The Bath Authority. 216-220-8399.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
For a limited time only, get your furnace cleaned and checked by Sal's Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Sewer for just $69.95 when you mention iHeart. Sal's Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Sewer, providing no-nonsense service since 1975. Call Sal's or go to salsheatandcool.com.
Diamonds Direct's last and largest sale of the year is this weekend. Get an incredible 20% off virtually everything. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets. Save an extra 20% off Diamonds Direct's already unbeatable prices. This is the big one with an expanded selection and in-store designer appearances all weekend. Special financing too. Lowest prices of the year starting Friday. Get details and more at diamondsdirect.com. Open this Sunday for this extraordinary once-a-year store-wide event. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Save on Thanksgiving in one stop at Meijer. Get a Meijer Grade A frozen turkey, 59 cents per pound, limit 1. Plus all the potatoes, stuffing, and tasty pies you could want. And preview Black Friday deals in the Meijer app. Deals so good, you just gotta celebrate. Get Thanksgiving in one stop and shop holiday deals this week at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
While other apps are raising the price to stream music, podcasts, and more of what you love, your iHeartRadio app is still 100% free. So put your credit card away and download the free iHeartRadio app for access to all the music, radio, and podcasts you love.
Homebase has provided life-saving world-class care to over 30,000 veterans and family members, all at no cost to them from every state. The time to show your support is now. Donate today at homebase.org/iHeart and help our heroes heal. Make a gift, save a life. The time is now. Homebase.org/iHeart.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Handing off more trips to LA this week. Right around 5 o'clock every day for our Alter Ego Festival 2024 edition. It's going down, when is it? January the 13th. That's my sister's birthday. Maybe I'll send, hey, you want to go to the Honda Center in Anaheim to see all the bands we got lined up for you this year? Paramore, Poundcake's favorite.
They're a metal band, though.
According to him, they are. The 1975, the Black Keys, who I understand are from Akron, Ohio. 30 Seconds to Mars, Bush, veterans of Buzzard Fests past. Sum 41, who are making their final run around the globe, and Yellow Card and some other bands too. So I think you can win one with Rover, you win one with Stansbury, and then with me, 5 o'clock every afternoon this week. Want this trip to L.A., we fly out, you and a pal, put you up, tickets. I think there's money involved, the whole bit. So I will have today's keyword for you in about 10 minutes. Cavaliers play tonight, couple of West Coast games back-to-back. So late starts, 10 o'clock tonight against the Kings, 10 o'clock tomorrow night, further up the road against the Trailblazers. Cavs-Kings tonight at 10, 9:30 is your start. Pre-game coverage on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And you still have a couple of weeks remaining to use the promo code GRAVY at CLE Clothing Co. We were talking about Jelly Roll earlier. He looks like a guy to me who enjoys gravy.
Yeah. Looks like he's made of gravy.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
It's, jiggly.
Well, I figure that's where the Jelly Roll part came. I mean, haven't there been a number of artists over the years that went by Jelly Roll? How do you set yourself apart? I mean, he's the guy, he's the Jelly Roll du jour, but haven't there been past Jelly Rolls?
Not that I know of.
Oh.
Maybe.
All right. I thought that there were.
Not as mainstream as him.
All right. Well, he is now, right? I mean, he's been trying to get famous for a while. He was a Minneapolis rapper. And now he's a country. That is an interesting transition, when you hear people who transition from rap to country. Because I guess I don't know, Kid Rock did it. I guess maybe the grass is greener. You're like, well, this ain't going to work out for me. There's too much competition on this side. Not that there's any less competition on the countryside, but, you can, I don't know, write some songs about trucks or something. I don't know. Hey, voicemails come in all weekend long. While we are gone, you can always drop one for us. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is always available to you. Got a lot of screams from Jenna over the weekend. Yep. She's really back and forth, too. I think she's okay because she called a bunch of times last week where she had little pithy nuggets, little sweet nothings we could play for you. But over the weekend, it was a lot of that. But the After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. I'm a fan of your show. I'm a fan of your show, so I'm watching you right now. I'm watching you doing Happy Dog. And so if you want to give me a call, if you want me to talk to you about anything, all right, bye.
What did you call her?
Yeah, did you give her a call?
No.
Why not?
I don't have her
She was
number.
watching you do Happy Dog.
I want to talk to her about everything. I didn't even get the middle of that. She watched what? She was watching me what?
I thought she said about Happy Dog.
About
I'm
Happy
watching you
Dog.
about Happy Dog. Maybe not. Maybe she was eating Happy Dog. I don't know. I thought I heard
man.
Happy Dog in there.
All right, maybe she did. I mean, if I mentioned it, it was just in passing. I think I mentioned them last week. We were talking about Poundcake putting. Oh, he thought that ketchup on a hot dog was the only thing, or something. I don't know. But if you want to talk to me about anything, is that what she said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give her a call.
Give her a call.
But I don't have her phone number.
Doesn't it leave
She has
the phone
mine.
number?
No.
I thought
Not
when
in the
you-
after hours line.
I thought in the after hours line give the phone number.
Does not.
Well, call back, lady, and give Alan your phone number so he can call you, and you guys
I-
can just have
no,
little
no. I don't-
off-air
I-
conversations.
I'm
He
not
would
gonna be doing that.
love that. He's
I'm not
very
gonna be doing
excited
that.
to do it.
No, she called me, and
If
that's
you want me to talk to you about anything, all right, bye.
She didn't say give me a call.
If you want to talk to her about anything,
yeah,
I mean it's implied.
If you want me to talk to you about anything, all right.
If I want her to talk to me about anything, yeah, I mean, I might, but I don't call people. They call me. Like to keep it professional.
La-dee-da.
You're missing out on a friendship.
Yeah.
Right.
Classic robot.
That's bit me in the ass more times than I can count. You know, you dip your toe into that pool, next thing you know,
You're naked.
you people blowing you up like they're a friggin' teenage girl. Like, lose this number. I had to stop getting my pizza from a certain place because one of the drivers put my number in his phone. He would just text me randomly. Hey, bro. I'm like, dude.
God, really?
You could probably
Stop
get him
it.
fired for that.
Huh?
He could probably get fired for
I'm
that.
not trying to get anybody fired. I'm like, homie, just
block the number, though.
Well, I did. And I never ordered from there again.
Yeah, that's awkward.
But it's not awkward. It's just, it's not professional.
No, I'm saying it would be awkward ordering from that place. He's like, hey, man, I text you, and you're not getting my text. Well, what's up, man? You never reply. That would be awkward.
I guess. Alan, please explain what age has to do with chocolate. Why do you think adults can like milk chocolate? Well, you can. You can like whatever you want.
Make some poop.
But milk chocolate is for children. I'm just saying that, you know.
He wants to know why it has an age restriction.
An age restriction? Well, clearly it doesn't.
Well, no, he's saying why.
Why do you
explain
think,
it?
Explain
Why-
yourself. Why do you say that it's only for children?
Because milk chocolate is the domain of an unrefined palate. I mean, that's why it's, mass produced, and that's why it's primarily used for that kind of stuff. That's why, if you get adult chocolate, it's going to cost you some more.
So an unrefined palate is
One that likes Mountain Dew.
one that likes is just childish.
I don't have a refined palate.
But
I'm just saying that
you're
milk-
implying that you do because you
No,
like
I'm not.
your adult chocolate.
I'm not.
You like your adult chocolate.
I'm not
you like your-
implying. No, I'm not implying that I have a refined palate. I'm saying that milk
you
chocolate
are.
is the domain of unrefined palates.
But
there
who
are plenty
cares?
of people. I don't care.
Well, but
this person cares.
No,
I don't
you-
care.
you care because
no,
you're the
I
one-
don't. It's
No, if you-
milk chocolate is for children.
If you care,
Dark chocolate is for adults. I don't have a problem with it. This person wants me to explain something they should already know. As an adult, you should already know this. I shouldn't have to explain it to you. You already know. Bill knows this. Mary knows this.
I don't know anything.
Of course they do. Behind the scenes, 100% with me. They got to play like we're at loggerheads here, but they know.
Nobody's ever with you.
And you've underscored my point perfectly.
more
That's
robot
right.
stuff. Of
More
course you
robot
like-
stuff.
because you like the less tasty chocolate, just like a robot would.
You know how robots and their chocolate robots
They
are
can't-
very, very specific about the kind of chocolate.
They can't tell. They're like, so, this is good chocolate. My palate enjoys it. No, I don't have feelings.
It's me, Short Circuit.
Just go away.
Beep, bop, boop. Beep, bop, boop.
Beep, bop, boop. Where's Jeff Garland been after he was unceremoniously removed from the Goldbergs? I saw him pop up at something, but I mean, he's still on Curb.
He's still
when we
on
do
Curb,
those,
yeah,
but
so.
he's doing something else. Let me give you this trip here. As promised, I got them for you all week around 5 o'clock. We're getting ready to do the 2024 Alter Ego Festival. It's January 13th. at the Honda Center in Anaheim. Think about a January winter in Cleveland and then getting to L.A. for the weekend. Exactly. Paramore, the 1975, the Black Keys, the 30 Seconds to Mars, the Bush, the Sum 41, the Yellow Card, and more. Listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our iHeartRadio alter ego. Text the nationwide keyword music to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to 200-200.
We were all offered tickets for that, right?
No.
No, of course we weren't.
No.
Were we supposed to be?
We'll just be here doing the heavy lifting. Don't worry about it. We'll just be here telling everybody about it.
Getting spicy, Alan, today. I like it.
No, not spicy.
A little spicy.
Not spicy.
Should we write down show trip?
Huh?
And see what happens?
Yeah, write it down. That'll get things done.
I'll make a note and show trip and then just put it in a little
Are we
request
manifesting
box.
it?
No, I'm sending it up to management to letting them know.
Oh, yeah.
The things that we used to do.
Yeah.
That we want to bring back.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, you guys can go, but you got to leave Poundcake at home.
No, they're going to say like,
I quit.
You can go, but you have to pay for your own flight and hotel.
Everything.
He'll just take out a loan from another one of his friends. He's the wimpy of the show. I will gladly pay you tomorrow for a hamburger today.
That would be something.
Yeah.
Like you got to pay for your hotel, your airfare, all expenses for the trip, but you can go for the show. And say it's the Alan Cox Show trip.
We'll pay you to broadcast once you're there. Yeah. We'll pay you your $80 a day once you broadcast.
They so would though. It's funny because it's true because they would totally do something like that.
Hey, that's the triumph of experience over money, right? You wanted an experience instead of the money.
Like
there it is.
Alan, you're an engineer, right? You can rig this all together, right? Because we can't call someone in to do it for you.
Or you can pay to bring an engineer.
Yeah, you all got to take
I'll pay to bring an engineer. Alan, your opinion on milk chocolate is as condescending as anything you've said on air to date. Hey, I don't make the rules. I just abide by them, all right? Don't blame me.
What rule?
Don't take that. Dark chocolate is for adults.
It's not a rule.
Of course it is. It's why I'm repeating it. I don't make the rules. Hey, by the way, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio and you do it from out of state, I do not consider it condescension. If you don't live here but still listen, that's fine. I'm happy that we reach you wherever you are. Alex listens in San Francisco. Ashlyn is in Delanco, New Jersey. Anthony's out in Sterling Heights, Michigan. Brand new bureau chiefs, Jake in Charlotte. Patrick in Avoca, PA. Lisa Z in Buffalo. And you can leave messages, too.
Hey, Becky from Wayne County. I'm following up on Friday's episode where you were talking about gospel music. And lately, my playlist has included Uncle Baby Billy and the song There Will Be a Payday. Give it a listen if you haven't heard it, Alan. It'll bring you to tears for sure. Bye.
I love There Will Be a Payday. For people who watch The Righteous Gemstones.
If anything, any Uncle Baby Billy music is on my playlist.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
There will come a payday, hallelujah, what a payday. There will come a payday someday, someday. There will come a payday, hallelujah, what a payday. There will come a payday someday.
Because he's out there singing at the
pool.
At the pool, yeah.
At the pool at the resort.
And the show is so funny, by the way, that you think that that's something they wrote for the show. That's actually a cover song. That's a real song that they covered for the Righteous Gemstones.
Makes me love it even more.
There's a guy back in the 50s, maybe? 50s, early 60s. A guy named Red Savine. You ever heard of Red Savine?
Nope.
This was the guy, well, play it. He did There Will Be a Payday, and they covered it on the
There will come a payday, hallelujah, what a payday. Oh, there will come a payday someday, someday. There will come a payday, hallelujah, what a payday. Oh, there will come a payday someday.
When I lay my work by, I've a home in the sky, for there will come a payday someday.
I don't know when this is from, but Red Savine was like kind of a big deal in the 50s. He was basically the guy who invented the trucker songs where you talk instead of sing.
Oh, yeah.
When I'm out here on the road. Yeah, Red Savine. He died probably late 70s. But he was from West Virginia, and his biggest songs were those truck driving songs. But he did There'll Come a Payday, and they covered it for the Righteous Gemstones. But he was the guy that was like, I'm out here with my teddy bear. Teddy Bear was one. Giddy Up Go was the other one. But in the 70s, they'd have Convoy and they'd have things like that. But Red Savine was the guy that was basically starting to talk just over country and Western music. I put a little echo and reverb in there talking about having to leave his family and how great his truck is.
The cab of a truck has been my home. And it'd be kind of hard for me to settle down and not be on the go.
Well, I'm the first rapper, if you think about it.
Yeah.
I was so proud.
Just singing about the streets,
home to show
the roads.
my wife and little boy. And my little boy was so excited like when he saw his first snow. He wasn't old enough to say too many
This guy
words.
walked so Kate could
he
run.
Just kept hollering, giddy up, go, daddy. Giddy up, go.
Giddy up, go, daddy.
So that's what I named the old truck.
I name a truck Giddy Up Go. Yeah, so There'll Come a Payday is a great song, but they have you're not going to top Misbehavin'.
No, Misbehavin'.
Which I believe they wrote for that show, but There'll Come a Payday is a cover song.
Teacher said don't, but I said it anyway. Misbehaving. Preacher said no, if you do, you're gonna pay misbehaving. Kicking and spitting and cussing out loud.
Running through the house with a pickle in my mouth.
Playing in the street, look at me outside of waving. Just two little kids out there misbehaving. We thought we was just messing around till we met that man in the thorny crown. He taught us that tricks and mischief leads to Satan. So from now on, there's no misbehaving.
Oh, boy.
The best part about that show is when he's doing There'll Be a Payday and he's working his way around the pool, like singing and performing, and he's just so, it's just so goddamn funny.
Funny show.
Such a
I
funny
gotta
show.
watch it. I haven't yet. And
That's like the one show that Alan and I both like.
Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah.
and everyone, like my older sister watches it and she's like, dude, this show has me crying
Yeah.
with the accuracy of
Yeah.
like the evangelical church. I'm like, man, I gotta get on it. It's on HBO though, right?
It's on
It
Max,
is,
yeah.
Max, yeah.
okay.
Yep.
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 Funny show. Alan, for me, adult chocolate is Pam Grier. Oh, delicious and classy. I'll tell you what, boy. Go back and watch Who's Pam Grier.
She Richard Greer's wife.
Who's Richard Grier? Richard Gere?
He's Richard Gruyere. He's the cheese guy.
Richard Gruyere?
Yeah.
Pam Grier.
Yeah.
Oh, she did like all those like 70s hot black cop movie, right? Foxy Brown and
Get your hands off me, sucker.
yeah, Coffee. Oh God.
I remember her from Bones. I knew she sounded familiar. Do you remember the Snoop Dogg movie?
Yeah, where he's not a vampire. What's the other one?
He's a vampire.
Oh, okay.
How's that Bones?
Yeah. But yeah, all those.
Jackie Brown.
Because when she did Jackie Brown, that was kind of a takeoff on those movies, right? Or an homage to those movies.
Oh my gosh, she was in Jawbreaker. I remember that movie too. That
I
movie,
remember Jawbreaker.
That scared me as a kid.
She was in the L Word. She was kind of like the den mother in the L Word, I
Who
think.
was she in Jawbreaker?
I don't remember, but I just typed her in and then
Pam Grier?
She was the detective in Jawbreaker.
Yep, that's what she was. Yep.
Who is this?
Pam Grier. She was a huge deal in the 70s.
Detective
and then Quentin
Vera?
Tarantino kind of brought her back for Jackie Brown in the mid-90s, and that kind of got a little resurgence of her going. But back in the day, she was like the woman for those kind of female blaxploitation movies. It's like Black Mama, White Mama, and Foxy Brown, and because she was just crazy hot. So they were putting her in a lot of those kinds of movies.
She'd dump them out in those movies, too.
She's in, I don't know if anybody's watched Pet Sematary Bloodlines, that kind of prequel or whatever, with Duchovny. She's in that. That was the last thing I saw her in, was Pet Sematary Bloodlines, which is not great, but good enough. Because I'm a big Duchovny fan and, Pam Grier, why not? Now, obviously, She's a lot older than she was in her prime.
Man.
But she still looks great.
She's only worth $4 million.
She's only worth how much are you worth?
That's not the point. I haven't been in media for decades.
And you never will be.
Well,
Because you're fired.
hopefully I'm only
with that attitude.
I am. Hopefully I'm worth more than $4 million.
But now we can afford to go on a show trip.
She was in Mars Attacks. She was in Escape from L.A. Yeah. Only $4 million.
I'm just saying she's 74. She's been
How
in
much
film
should she
forever.
be? Yeah, but she was never like
That
she was.
bitch.
She was like an A-lister in the 70s when people weren't making $10 million a movie.
But all the more reason there was the rules were different back then. I feel like she should make residuals off of all that work that she's done.
Residuals aren't even a thing anymore.
But it was back then. I mean, if her movies were as big as you said,
Not
they
really.
were.
but she was
But
also
there was no cable television in the 70s. I mean, if you didn't go see the movie, you missed the movie.
and it was during like she was part of a different genre of film. Like that was like the blaxploitation films. That wasn't the same as Hollywood films.
Those weren't wide releases.
Yeah, those
They
weren't.
were getting shown in black theaters, basically. But she dated Richard Pryor for a long time, and I think she was banging Freddie Prinze. So yeah, she was having fun, man. Wilt Chamberlain, she was one of Wilt Chamberlain's. She's having a good time. All right, I got a break here. Hey, if you're into the band AJR, I texted my older daughter. I go, are you still into AJR? She goes, I'm kind of past them. But you might not be. AJR is coming back to Cleveland, and I got tickets for you. The Maybe Man Tour. They're going to do the Romo Fijo end of June. So next summer, if you want to go see AJR, I'll hook you up with those after the break. And then another $1,000 is straight ahead. 5:30, that next keyword, to grab $1,000 from the Buzzer Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One.
Sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Don't miss Paramore.
7th.
Why is iHeartRadio the #1 streaming radio app?
Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts. Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio.
Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, you want to go see AJR? They just dropped a new album called The Maybe Man, and so they're going out on the appropriately named Maybe Man tour. Next summer, they'll kick off in April. They'll get here end of June. Not sure who's with them. AJR at the Romo Fijo on Thursday night, June 27th. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for the details on that and every other show going through. But if you dig these guys, they're going to be touring in support of the new stuff. AJR, 2 tickets for you if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Maybe that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
About 7 or 8 minutes from now, I'll have another $1,000 for you. You got a few more shots today to win. 5:30, then 6:30. Corey Roddick, I think, will have a couple of keywords for you. Late Cavs game tonight, 10 o'clock. They're on the West Coast. They will start up against the Kings in Sacramento at 10 o'clock tonight on MMS. Pre-game around 9:30. So I'll have that money for you here in a few minutes. Hey, Gaylord.
Hello, Mr. Cox, and hello, Miss Santora, and Mr. Squire.
You know, Gaylord, I've been having a lot of people. I got a message that you were in the hospital, and I couldn't confirm it, and so I had a lot of the listeners asking how you were, if I had heard anything, and I had to tell them I hadn't.
Well, I was at the Lorraine Mercy, I call it hotel. I took a vacation for a few days. I had another syncope episode, and my heart kind of almost stopped. But
was this on your birthday?
The day after.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, too much partying. I had a piece of cake.
Oh, God.
I think that blew
You mean
me
cake?
out of the water.
Gaylord, cake is kicking your ass? You turned 69 and cake is starting to kick your ass?
I was going to say, when I party too hard, I pee in a sink.
Well, man.
Right.
Just don't get old. That's all I can say. Life turns around, and you go from being strong as a rock to just end up being a little marshmallow. And like I said, all it took was no, I'm kidding about the cake, but I just had finished my breakfast with my wife and was sitting and talking to her, and all of a sudden, wow. The last thing I remember was being taken out of the house with the squad, and thank God for the local ambulance system out here in Camden Township. I give them many, many kudos, but they know me by name, so.
So how long did they keep you for observation, or how long were you in there?
Well, I was in there for about 3, maybe 4 days.
Oh, boy.
And they were observing my heart once again. They can't seem to pinpoint exactly what causes it. they've come up with many theories, but it's like they just throw a dart against a bullseye.
At the very least, I assume they ruled out cake.
Yes,
All right.
They sure did. The excellent doctors.
Well, otherwise, Gaylord, we want to make sure you're all right. Otherwise, what can we do for you?
Well, I wanted to inform Mr. Squire that I have tickets to his Friday show, and I intend on seeing him in person.
Where's
And
Friday's show?
You mean this Friday in Fremont?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'll see you out there.
Now, Gaylord, don't have cake before you go to the show.
Yeah, don't cake block yourself.
Don't
No.
do that.
I think maybe I'll drink a bunch of beer. No, I can't drink with all the meds I take. I mean,
okay. All right, we'll boot some
that's
heroin or something. We'll do something fun.
Yeah, he's going to get you on the horse, Gaylord. Don't you worry about that a bit.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Anyway,
have fun.
I hope, pardon me, sir. I didn't mean to talk over you.
That's all
I
right.
do apologize.
It's all right.
But I just hope I have the opportunity to be able to get to meet Mr. Squire personally.
Absolutely will not. I do not just go and meet people after my shows. It's $1 billion.
Yeah.
No, I'll be there. I'll be
he hates the
hanging
adoring
out
public.
after the show, taking pictures and meeting everybody, of course.
Well, when you see an old man with a long gray beard and that's walking with the cane, that's probably me.
Santa.
You don't know my crowd.
You're going to have
more
to be
of those
more
than you think.
specific
Yeah.
than that. All right, good. Well, we're glad you're all right, Gaylord, and Bill will see you on Friday.
Well, thanks to all my family there. I love you all. You mean the world to me, and as long as I keep kicking, I'll be like the old Timex watch and keep coming on back and calling you guys and annoying you all.
All right.
But you mean the world.
I'll annoy you on Friday in Fremont.
Okay.
BillSquire.com for tickets if you're out that way.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Gaylord. There's a Gaylord out in Wellington who all we had heard, I had just gotten a message from his nephew or somebody that
That was his daughter.
Well, his daughter called for his birthday, which was like a couple of Fridays ago. And then right after that, I got a message from somebody. Like I'm not ever really on Facebook. So I apologize to people who message me there because I'll see it like a week and a half later. But that time I happened to go on and somebody's like, hey, Gaylord's in the hospital. So we didn't hear anything past that. And I mentioned it briefly. And people were like, hey, what happened to Gaylord? I go, I don't know. So there he is. You prematurely kill celebrities like Cody prematurely killed the Midway Mall on Friday, which is not an Amazon distribution center.
Bruh.
Well, first of all, I didn't prematurely kill him. I said we heard he was in the hospital, and I hadn't heard an update.
He's not a celebrity.
The person, well, he is to this audience. I mean, it doesn't take much, but I'm just saying that the person who messaged me, I hadn't heard any follow-up from them, and I didn't know who they were.
Bro.
The Rutherford B. Hayes Museum there is in Fremont, I think. So that'll be very exciting.
I guess I got to go out
America's
early.
19th president?
America's 19th president.
Man.
Absolutely correct. Not to be confused with the drag queen, Rutherford B. Hayes. What, Cody?
I'm shook. I thought for sure this is like my hometown mall. I thought it had been closed.
Well, they say there's only about 5 stores left, but it's technically operating as a mall. I was reading they're putting stores back into Tower City.
Well,
new stores in Tower City.
Trying to.
Tower City is prime real estate. I don't understand why it doesn't do well. It's probably just because of the location. People don't want to pay to be downtown, pay to park. Cleveland.
Yeah, parking's like $2 to get into Tower City.
No,
At least it used to be. Used to be.
Well, it's not anymore. Parking downtown is very expensive, and there's not malls at every corner of the city. You could go to Crocker Bar, you could go to North Olmsted.
But I just remember going to The only time I was ever in Tower City is when the movies were still open, and even that was very infrequent. But I just remember going like on a Sunday years ago and going to a movie at Tower City and parking underneath. And I swear to God, it was like $3.
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Well, it's not like that anymore.
Last time I was there, it was like $6, and but
that's still
cheap. But there's a lot of people that don't want to pay at like.
And there's
well,
more
okay, listen,
I won't pay for parking.
Anywhere.
Listen,
Yeah.
Adults, you have to pay for parking. If you're complaining about $6 to park, parking's not free. Like I know in a lot of places it might be, but it's not. But people are like, oh, I can't find a parking spot in downtown Cleveland. It's a downtown American city. You're gonna pay for parking. It's still super cheap.
But it's great for the
$6.
The people that live down here will shop down here because it saves them time. But there's not really a need for people who don't live near downtown Cleveland to come to downtown Cleveland to shop. Like there's malls all over the place. There's movie theaters all over the place. There never really was a need to have a mall down here. We're not. Cleveland is not busy during the weekday like that. Like we're not it's not like downtown Chicago where there's people walking around all the time.
They're trying to get
but it used to
businesses down here to kind of mitigate that. Three new small businesses.
Got to give them a reason.
Are moving into Tower City. Applejack's Toys.
Okay.
A nostalgic toy store. Mike the Hatter. They were right here in the, was that them here in the arcade?
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay, moving into Tower City. And Shake and Slide, a disco-tinged burger joint.
All right. That's what I've been waiting for.
The company that's trying to rehab Tower City into something useful has signed all three of these in there.
Are they going to put a Chick-fil-A in the food court?
Sometimes they'll have a Chick-fil-A.
Is the food court still open?
Like a stand.
It's like a pop-up.
Yeah, like a pop-up, and you can go and get a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Well, I don't want a pop-up. I don't want it to just be like some days it's there, some days it's not. If they get a reliable
Look at their schedule.
I need a Chick-fil-A in there, and I need a smoothie joint in there, and then you got my business for life.
You know there's a Chick-fil-A down the street at CSU, right?
He's not going that
That's
way. That's
all
the
the way
east
down the
side.
street.
It's like, yeah, it's on the east side. It's right there on the, it's like 22nd and Euclid. It's not that far. Take a walk.
That's a pretty far walk.
Applejack's Toys is going to be where the Cavs team shop used to be in Tower City.
I love Applejack's Toys.
This is the first time hearing of
I
it.
didn't know about it either.
There's one in Lakewood.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
And I think there's another one.
Chagrin Falls is what this is. I've never heard of it before.
How about they put a store on Midway Mall? They could use some more stores.
Why don't you put a store in Midway
Yeah,
Mall?
why don't you go in
Do
there?
something with your mornings.
But the Poundcake store.
I don't even have money to shop there. Like, I mean,
you get investors.
Maybe you do. You didn't even know it was a mall until 30 seconds ago.
I thought it had closed down because they had been talking about making that mall a Amazon facility for like the longest time. And I just assumed.
The one in Warrensville.
That's North Randall.
Randall Park Mall. That's an Amazon
That's
facility.
the Amazon thing, but that's been that for a while. Tower City parking is $16, someone says.
See?
That still sounds cheap to me. I got to tell you.
That's not cheap.
But it's not
It's
going to
not?
do it for,
That's
their-
not
for
cheap.
no need.
All right.
That's not cheap for nothing going on. That's like, if you're coming downtown and there's no game or anything, to pay $16 a part, I feel like it should be like under 10.
Well,
Like
no, but what I'm
$8.
saying is when there are games, it's ridiculously expensive. They're like $75, to park in a garage where your car's going to get broken into. Like, I guess you fish with a fish are, but
what they need to do,
$16 on a regular day where you could park and then walk around downtown, that doesn't sound like a lot to me.
I think it's too much.
To increase.
Apparently, there's a lot of people who think that.
To increase like the awareness of Tower City that, oh yeah, we're a mall and we're open for business, they need to have acts there on a regular basis, either like small little concerts. Like
they tried doing stuff like that and nobody went.
The busiest I've ever seen was when they had, what was it, Tom Middleston, or what's his name? Hiddleston?
The actor who plays Loki?
The actor for Spider-Man. What's his name?
Tom Holland?
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland. Yeah, he was there.
Doing what?
And I think, I don't know, him and Zendaya were there, and and they were, it was some type of meet and greet or something. But when they have like
You're
those
just
little,
Zendaying it up.
Okay. Don't just go to bed.
but when they have those little conventions there like that,
Zendaya, man.
you get a bunch of teens there.
Fight to Rub Say Night, man. I got $1,000 for you. It's a chance to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie, giving it away like it ain't even mine. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You know, I hope we've all gotten hip to the fact that one of the most fun Twitter followers for people who are still on that godforsaken hellscape is the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. Whoever they have doing their social media does a fantastic job. NEORSD on social media. They posted, don't let the fact that the Ravens blew a 31-17 fourth quarter lead today distract you from the fact that the Warriors blew a 3-1 lead in 2016 and the Cuyahoga River came back from a 13-fire deficit. They went deep on that. That's very good. That was a big Browns win. I was doing the Cox Out in Parma, and like from the jump, like Baltimore, I think, scored in the first 30 seconds of the game or something. I think by halftime, a lot of
play of the game was a pick six.
Yeah, a lot of people had thrown their hands up, and so later on, when I was kind of peeking in on the game, I was amazed. That's great for them. Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District also in the news because they're crowing, as they should, about a brand new pump station that will help relieve all that Cleveland lakefront sewage overflow. You know, when Mary Santora is down there at Edgewater Beach, ankle deep in Dookie, and loving it.
My favorite time of the year.
It's not going to be so much anymore.
Dang, man.
They got their new.
Where am I going to get my yeast infections now?
Oh, I have a feeling you'll find them.
God.
They'll present themselves to you.
Dirty D.
Done dirt cheap.
Done dirt cheap. The new Westerly pump station is going to be helping to divert the excess sewage. They're going to cut down a total of 4 billion gallons overflow by the year 2036. Oh, is that all?
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it takes.
Well, there you go. So a brand new, listen, in a lot of places, this wouldn't be front page news, but a new pump station so that you don't end up, awash in poo when you're, now granted, this isn't prime beach time of the year. But there are still people down there. You know, there's always year-round people on the lakefront. There's those fall surfers who get out there. And so they're just adding tunnels to the existing ones, the pump stations.
I'm going to Box Doctor tomorrow. Should I ask them? Should I say, listen, my prime method
good for you.
My prime method of receiving UTIs and yeast infections is soon going to be cleared by 2035. How do you recommend?
Definitely ask them.
How do you recommend I continue to get those?
Mm-hmm.
You think they've ever been asked that? Like, ma'am, you want these infections?
You could be the very first person. You go, look, I'm going to get them. I want to know the best way to get them.
You tell me how to mainline this.
Yep. So the Regional Sewer District crowing about that. Now, speaking of sewage, Walker Hayes.
Oh, here we go.
This corn pone who dropped the dumb Applebee's song on us a couple of years ago, where it's basically just a 3.5-minute paid advertisement for Applebee's, has doubled down with his new holiday song, Fancy Like Christmas.
Hell yeah.
This guy doesn't know when to give up. Which sounds exactly like the Applebee's song. Have you heard this?
No, but I feel like you're jealous.
But it's about Christmas. I wonder if they're going to be playing this on Magic. It's all Christmas over there.
So we fancy like Christmas round a fake street. Nutcracker on a mantle and a candy cane candle. Get your eggnog.
All right, it's,
That sounds worse.
How? It sounds exactly the same.
No, that one's like
as
way
bad as
overproduced. There's like jingle bells in it and stuff. That's not
Well,
good.
you got to put the
Christmas
jingle bells in
song.
it, or else it's not going to be a Christmas song.
I'm just saying.
That's what makes it fancy, Mary.
I didn't realize.
The sleigh bells.
I thought you were the country music person here, and you don't even understand the genre.
You're right. Teach me, Bill.
How dare you?
Tell me more.
You just when you think you made the worst song ever, you go, oh, it's
Hold my beer.
Christmas.
How dare you?
Hold
my beer down by the river.
In a truck. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
I'm going to evacuate the studio. I'm not even kidding.
And Alan Cox.
Nobody wanted to give Butley Forge Knobber the time of day, but we did.
UFM home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers guard Karis LeVert on 100.7 WMMS.
Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 38th store opening in Canton, get up to $325 back when you buy a set of 4 eligible Goodyear tires when using your Conrad's Goodyear credit card.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com is where you can or have been watching live. Thank you again to Dilwan Gonzabos for his or her assistance today. Cavs on the West Coast tonight. That's a 10 o'clock start against the Kings. Same tomorrow night, but they'll be up in Portland to play the Trailblazers. So 10 o'clock both nights. They'll be back here at home on Friday night, play the Pistons. And boy, if they lose to Detroit, oof. That's one of those in-season tournament games on Friday night. Is that the one you're going to? Friday night?
Friday night, I'm going to be in Fremont, Ohio.
You're going to the Nuggets game.
Going to Nuggets game on Sunday. BillSquire.com for those tickets.
And, so 10 o'clock tonight, Cavs 9:30 is when that pregame will begin. So still a handful of keywords for you until then to grab another $1,000. 6:30, I'll have the next one for you right when we roll out and get you into a bit of the Corey Roddick experience. And I think he's got a couple in there as well. But Cavs Kings tonight. Texas A&M football is paying their coach $75 million to not coach them anymore.
Insane.
What?
It is a record
How do I get that job?
buyout. This is a guy who had a couple of great seasons, and so they signed him to a new deal a few years ago and then upped the deal. So he was set to make $95 million. They re-signed him in 2021, and he signed a fully guaranteed $95 million contract extension 2 seasons ago. And but the Aggies have not been doing well. You know, that's a powerhouse football program. That is not a college that's hurting for money. But Jimbo Fisher is the guy, and they fired him after the most recent game. And he has been there for 6 years. They re-signed him 2 years ago. And so they will pay him $75 million to leave.
Wow.
The associate head coach will serve as the interim coach. They initially signed him to a 10-year, $75 million agreement. He used to be at Florida State, and I guess he did pretty well there, and so they really, really courted him. They really wanted him at Texas A&M. And so they got him. And he's the first big coach this season getting let go because of performance. Everybody else is getting let go because, like, they talk dirty to what's his name at Michigan State?
Right.
Mel Tucker was that guy. But he's another guy that they recently re-signed. So when you're sitting there and, listen, you want to be a competitor, you want to be cranking out winning seasons, you want to contribute in a meaningful way to the school's program, but when you've got that guaranteed money, there's really no pressure. There's no pressure. You don't meet expectations. They go, Mel Tucker, they fire for cause. I think they're trying. That's a situation where Michigan State is trying to get out of what they pay him because they're like, look, you were talking dirty to some lady on the phone that you shouldn't have been talking to. They owe him like $80 million because they signed him to a 10-year deal. But they're trying to get out of that. they go, we fired you for cause, you can get out of it. I can't believe that every one of these sports contracts does not have a clause that any college can just get out of paying these guys.
I'm
well,
surprised.
no coach would sign that, I don't think.
Well, I was going to say, I'm surprised they're still doing such long-term contracts. Like, in an age of...
Firing, yeah.
Like, everything and anything you say can get you in trouble.
Well, I think it's a combination of, you know, there's only a handful of really, really good coaches, and these schools all have tons of money. A school like Texas A&M does. A school like Michigan State does.
Right, but do you get what I'm saying?
A school that I'm paying for 2 students, by the way. That's my money that Mel Tucker's getting. Yeah, I do get
I'm surprised that they're still offering that when, I mean, times are not like they were.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to get in trouble for now. And they're still offering $75 million guaranteed.
But football at these schools is still just, it prints money. But imagine that. I mean, you go, I don't know how old Jimbo Fisher is, but you could, you could just retire. I mean, are you going to go to another school and go through all that? You go, anybody can have a bad season. But, it's these guys who sign these massive deals. Players do it too. You sign a deal. I mean, I wish I had a local example of a guy who got a ton of guaranteed money and then just didn't meet expectations. There isn't one that springs to mind, but again, I'm not Joe Sports. But if we had a local example like that, you could see that play out in real time. But imagine that. We've got to pay this guy $75 million to not coach for us.
We'll be better if you don't work here. Yeah. That's...
What up, gang? Listen to last week's show. Heard Gaylord was in the hospital. Don't know if you got an update on his condition.
We just got an update. He must not be listening live. We just got an update on Gaylord's. He just called in.
Mm-hmm.
He's alive. That's the update. Gaylord's alive.
His condition. Alan, you have a staunch track record of losing people. We had Rick, we had the drunk guy, and somebody else. What's your celebrity death pool on Dick? When do you think he's gonna kick the bucket? Love me, love you, bye.
I don't have a celebrity caller death pool going.
But if you did...
I'll tell you what, I just played, the return from break with Political Joe. We haven't heard from that guy in a long time.
Right.
I hope Political Joe's doing okay.
You know who my actual celebrity, this is an easy one.
Matthew Perry. Bill, I need to see you after the show.
Well, Andy Dick. I don't think he's going to be around much longer.
We've been saying that for 10 years,
he keeps showing up in Cleveland. And anytime you're a celebrity and you just keep going back to Cleveland... Not to do work, but just to
You're up
exist.
to no good.
Or not being from here.
Yeah.
Like having family or something.
That's not a good sign.
And why has he been hanging around Cleveland?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just keep hearing that he'll show up at different bars in the area. And he was at a friend of mine's bar the other day. And isn't doing great.
Is he getting locally pinched for public intox or anything like that? Is he classic Andy Dick?
I mean, he's... drunk everywhere he goes.
Yeah. Well, that's sad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his son's probably grown now, so it's not like he's got to take care of his kid, but, he had to register as a sex offender last year, and it's a whole thing with Andy Dick. He can't control himself.
If he's hanging out in Cleveland, you should get him to fill in when I'm not here. He should be...
I don't need another dude in here.
It's Andy Dick, though.
He's still a dude.
Is he?
Yeah, he sure is.
I don't know about that.
Only time I've ever had Andy Dick on the show, it's when he was in his 6-month window of sobriety. So I was happy for him. Didn't get classic Andy Dick.
That's what I'm saying. Now you will. He's in Cleveland all the time anyway. Yeah. Offer him food or something. He'll come.
Offer him food.
I don't
know what he's in town for. I can only imagine. I think what I have to offer him is not what he's looking for. So.
Fame and fortune.
Drugs. He's like Vinny Barbarino. Give me drugs. Hey, Jake.
Hey, good evening. So I hear you talking about these coaches and their long-term contracts and buyouts, and some additional details on the Fisher firing at Texas A&M. So a couple things, obviously, you know that in Texas, football is a religion, especially college football, and the SEC is super competitive. And the writing was on the wall for a while, apparently, and, you know, the administration, but more importantly, the mega donors who are bankrolled by tons of oil money who, you know, hold Texas A&M football sacred. They actually gave the university $100 million, and they unveiled the check at halftime of the Texas A&M
I saw that,
game.
$162 million.
Right, something like that. So that was like almost the biggest troll in the history of college football. It's like, hey, here's the money that we're donating to the university to make you go away, Jimbo. And it's just remarkable, like how much money is in Texas for college football, and that they're willing to pay him that much money than have him go away 4 years later because they're only 6-3.
Yeah, but even with all that money, they're not going to be able to kick out, you know, crazy money for the next guy. Oh, okay, he's gone. All right, well, there you go.
It's a good point, though.
Yeah,
that was a good point.
You.
Yeah. You want somebody that's going to prove themselves. You got to keep them hungry.
That is true. Keep them hungry. You know who they haven't found yet is... They haven't found the... all right. All right. They haven't found the Cincinnati defecator. This is a story from a while back. This girl who broke into a church in Cincinnati and took a big old beefy heater there on the altar.
Wait, what?
We talked about this at the time.
Yeah.
A girl named Laura Miniard, she's 27, looks like a functioning member of society. You know, we might be a little upset, but she doesn't look like the usual suspect you'd find in these kinds of cases. She was due in court today for a hearing, and she didn't show. So they have a warrant out for her. They're looking for her. She's 27. And she broke into a church and took a dump on the altar. She's got some things she's got to work out.
With Jesus.
Yeah. She's repeatedly violated the terms of her supervised release. It's great being white. In addition to removing her electronic monitoring device, she has traveled outside the state on multiple occasions. And her probation officer has said her whereabouts are unknown. Her bond has been revoked twice, but she has been allowed to remain free on her own recognizance. Again, great being white. She pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, because I guess you figure, well, that's
what an altar. I feel like you can get away with that.
That's what's going to get me out of this.
Mm-hmm. It's not a very sane thing to do.
Yeah, but what constitutes being insane? Some people are just, it's not insanity, it's just profanity. It's being profane, right? It's desecrating an establishment that other people see as sacred. Not to her. You don't have to be crazy to do that.
Also, sometimes you just got to go.
Yeah, what if it was an emergency?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess she could argue that. She didn't argue that. She said that she was crazy.
Yeah, she didn't argue that it was an accident. It's like,
right.
I purposely...
I had too much coffee, and then boom.
She took a dump on the altar, used if you're familiar at all with the altars, whatever your religious affiliation is, a lot of times they'll have a fabric runner. I think this was a Catholic church. This was Good Samaritan. This was technically a chapel in a hospital. So she's clearly ill something. So she took a dump on the altar and used the fabric runner to wipe herself. She also proceeded to smear feces on various surfaces in the chapel. She's from a Cincinnati suburb. She is, her mom's a nurse, and she is a casino gaming employee. That's all they know about her. She's registered with the Ohio's Casino Control Commission, or and works at a local casino. But she is, as of now, on the run. They don't know where, from runs to run. They don't know where she is. So they have a warrant out for her arrest. The
this gritty reboot of Girl Interrupted is not my thing.
No. So I will be playing.
She just went into the church,
the chapel in the hospital.
chapel in the hospital.
Yeah.
They weren't like doing anything in there.
What do you mean?
Like there wasn't like
during a service?
Was there a service happening?
No, it doesn't say that. I think if there's a service going, you're probably not going to be able to get up on top of the altar and take a dump. Somebody's going to say something about that.
Who's going to stop you?
Person giving the service. No, usually those hospital chapels are usually empty, right?
Yeah.
Is somebody praying for their mom to not die or something like that? But it's not.
You're doing like a last second wedding.
Yeah.
Before somebody crosses over.
Hey, we haven't talked in a long time, but I'm here now, and see if we can work this out.
I always love that that trope in movies. And like, yeah, I know it's been a while, Lord, and if you believe in that, and the Lord's like, no, I hear everything. Yeah. And so it's made for you. It's been a while, but I'm up to date.
Yeah, but that's kind of reflective of real life, right? I mean, it's a trope in movies because there are people, lots of people in real life who have. No, what's the Jelly Roll song we're playing?
Only talk to God when I need a
When I need a favor. I only talk to God when I need a favor. There's a lot of people like that. Now, if you are
who the hell am I? Who the hell am I? Who the hell am I to expect?
You're Mary Santora.
To expect a savior.
Right.
If I only talk to God when I need a favor.
There you go. Couldn't have done it better himself. But
that's new artist, Mary Santora.
Yeah, there you go. So, so they're looking for this girl down there. And by the way, Saturday night, we're back at the 2-hour metal show. I will be playing the new Fecal Desecrator.
Oh, boy.
Oh, come on.
Is that by Jelly Roll?
Huh?
Is that by Jelly Roll?
No, the band is Fecal Desecrator.
I thought that was a song.
Nope.
Out of complete coincidence, I'm going to the Vagina Doctor tomorrow, and Brian's going to see a metal band called Dying Fetus.
Yeah.
Like, look at us tag teaming.
Yep. See, now who's manifesting what? Yep. That Dying Fetus show is going to be pretty good.
Well, have fun if you're going. I am not.
I am not going, no. But they are, we got a brand new album out.
Yeah, he asked me to go, and I said, I have served my time.
Yep.
You take a friend, or you go by yourself. I'm done.
Yep. I mean, you're never going to believe this, but the band Dying Fetus has really, really dark music and imagery. Really dark imagery. They're from Maryland. Long time doing what they do.
This is horrendous.
I'm sorry?
This is so bad.
It's so great. It's so great.
A video I saw recently is 2 black security guards working at a metal show like this. And the lead singer's like, and we shoot blood from our penis,
well,
but these are different words. Okay, but and they're looking at each other. They're like, "What?
This is what we're getting paid to do." Yeah,
you should get checked out, man.
Yeah.
The new Dying Fetus record is called "Make Them Beg for Death," and the cover is a blindfolded guy with a knife to his throat. So that's where their head is. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in extreme metal. A lot of that, like, kind of bro vibe, Everybody's got to beg for death. Everybody's, but it is the soundtrack of the
of what?
Morally Impoverished. It's
I don't
great.
know what it is.
It's great.
It's a lot.
So he's going to hear them. He's going to hear them play Undulating Carnage.
I don't care.
He's going to hear them play Unbridled Fury.
Is everything start with un?
Those two do. He's going to hear them. What's
Unwelcomed Love?
Please tell me they do a cover of Unchained Melody.
Unchained Melody?
They don't do that. They'll probably dig into the catalog. They'll play some Killing on Adrenaline or Fornication Terrorist or Kill Your Mother / Rape Your Dog.
See, this is what I mean. Why?
Well, it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, too.
Is it?
Of course.
Don't you get the nuance of it, Mary?
I don't.
I didn't say nuanced. I said tongue-in-cheek.
I absolutely
don't think there's anything nuanced about Kill Your Mother, Rape Your Dog.
You go see a bunch of...
Even Alan doesn't get it.
Yeah, 35-year-old white bearded men kicking the air. Rape your dog! dog. I don't need to see that.
But better that than doing it to somebody at home.
I guess.
These kinds of shows are meant to be a release for a certain kind of fan. I mean, I can't take my own wife put in her time too.
Yeah,
she's like, I'm not. Those places smell like afterbirth and butthole. I'm not going to those with you anymore, and I don't ask her to.
Brian has been pent up. He's been a little on edge lately, so maybe he'll go get his kicks and punches out at this concert.
Does he get in the pit?
I don't know. He's skinny. If he breaks a bone, though,
wiry,
then he can't
though.
work. He is a little wiry. I don't know how fast he is. I feel like he's not that fast. I've never seen him do anything athletic, really, now that I'm thinking about it.
I've never seen just have sex with you.
Oh, I mean, other than that, but you don't have to, like, run or, like, you know what I mean? He plays the drums, so his cardio's probably
You've
pretty
never
good.
seen your boyfriend run.
No.
You've seen me run.
I've raced you.
You never raced Brian?
I've never raced Brian. I've seen
guys
him
have never
ride a
gone-
bike. I've seen him ride a bike. I've seen him play the drums.
I mean, riding a bike looks like somebody's slowly running in the air, kind of. I mean, you can't.
I'm just saying I don't know how well he'd fare in a...
Running.
No, in a pit.
I see.
I think he's too old for that. I don't know that he does. He's 37. I don't think you're 37.
There's a
in
lot of older
pit
dudes
anymore.
in the
People
pit.
like getting in the pit.
Yeah.
That's what keeps them young.
Yeah.
Broken.
He's just fractured.
Alan, I hope that lady in Cincinnati doesn't work at the craps table. Yeah.
Well, I was
I get
just happy it wasn't. I mean, if we're going to do that, I'm glad it didn't happen during a wedding because she would have said, I do.
Somebody asked
He
if that
looked
was
straight at me.
if that was considered a holy grumpy. Left a grumpy right on the altar. Well, maybe they'll play that at the Dying Fetus show tomorrow night. I'm going to break here. You want to get the last word in? Send me a text 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
We'll begin with football, and we're counting down to the kickoff of Monday night's action. It'll be the Bills hosting